Step up, traders, time to roll. Numbers shaking down the scroll. Clock is ticking, you already know. Welcome into the stock market show. Oh, yeah. Monday to Friday when the floor is light. Captain Jim James, help you cut that.
Check 1, 2, mic check.
Stock market show where the bulls run wild. The bears lay low from the first loud bell till the closing go. Ride that wave on the stock market show.
Check 1, 2.
Got your watch list ready, got your game face on. When the
What do we got for tech events?
you come from the open road till the last straight goes. He's calling the shots on the
Few minutes.
show. Hey,
Good morning. What's going on, Had Man? I'm still feeling the sick, man. Like, the COVID shit's not... It ain't shakeable.
Lock in, get that trigger pulled on. TradeOfTheTrigger.com. TradeOfTheTrigger.com. TradeOfTheTrigger.com.
That all looks correct. Check 1, 2. Good morning. Yeah. I titled a few things. Hope you all had a great Easter weekend. I'm still sick. So my Easter kind of sucked. You might be able to see it in my nose. I'm like now blowing stuff out of my nose. My nose just runs. So I'm still dealing with after effects of COVID. It's been like weeks now, 2 weeks, something like that. I think it started like 2 weeks ago, maybe like 2.5 weeks ago. I'm not sure. And then it started like really mattering last week or something. Anyways, it sucked. I'm still sick right now. It's like the after effects of being sick. Like I'm feeling better. I don't know if that makes any difference, but now I've got like nose just running. My nose is red. It's from constantly rubbing my nose with tissue paper. So yeah, someone just posted something I saw in the chat about Bridge Day and Liberation Day of last year. If you do not recall, let's take a look at it together here. It's the same situation. SPX, not Gamma. Let's go look at this really quick. We have a lot to get through here. If I had a top line for you, we should pop off on the bell here, but at the same time, if you're looking for what to do to start this week, I would recommend that you observe. If you have a position already from lower, you're probably in a pretty decent position to get out if you need to, or stay hedged or something like this. But this week in particular, I was thinking about it last night, and I was like, well, first of all, over the weekend, we didn't have anything terrible, nothing great, nothing terrible. But what this week looks like with knowing nothing else, with what this week looks like, would be some kind of a pop, in here, and then buying any kind of a dip down here. It's either here or here. That's what it looks like. Like pop it up, buy a dip, and start escaping. And I want to say, like, the base case here, technically, as well, as for that to happen, for some kind of a squeeze up, a pop and drop of some kind, and then coming back in later in the weeks, picking the sweep up, and then we're up and we're out of here. That's what it would seem like, technically, at least. Now, last year, at the same time period, we had something called Liberation Day, and it wasn't fun. We had something similar to this right near. And the daily trigger had come down below. We rejected it, and then we rejected it again. And the result was ugly. I mean, it was pretty bad. This was Liberation Day. It was not pretty. So, and I think that lends to this morning. I think visually I can show you easily that, we're coming up here and it's rejection time. And I think the thought process from this week would be that this would break out, right? And if it doesn't, what takes place? We go to the dip, we go to the hurt locker. So we're in that same situation, right? It's even on velocity, it's about the same velo. Now there's chat or talk out there that they're calling tomorrow, I believe. You can't hold me to this stuff anymore. I tried yesterday to look at everything Trump has said and everything Trump has done, and there's no real there's an argument to be made, like, watch what Trump does, not what Trump says, is a big one out there. He's all over the place. I'll leave it at, I'll be generous and say sure on that. It's the same setup here. It's the piss or get off the pot trade, either give, what's the best way to I'm trying to be nice here. The market wants signposts. They want a plan. They want signposts. As a matter of fact, there was an Axios story late last night, that came out saying Trump is trying to get a deal by Monday, and it was from Axios, last minute ditch plan to secure an exit for Trump. I don't know if there's a last chance exit for Trump to secure a deal. I don't think so. We've moved a bunch of people there to the Middle East. The signposts have become blurry. Even it's 10 days, 8 days, 4 days, 2 days. Even the 48 hours that he gave him is now 72 hours. And now falls in line with the other 10-day thingy or whatever. I don't even know what he's like. The deadlines are kind of moot here. What we do know is that a ton of people have shown up in the Middle East. We've moved a ton of logistics to the Middle East, and roughly speaking, we want to remove Iran's ability to
100, sell side 11 million, Dow 30, sell side 31 million, Mag 7, sell side 20.
So just note, pop off the open, but I don't know where that goes. Don't know where that goes. My concern is the pop off the open this morning should be, if this is the weekly high, you can snap your weekly high. Thank you for the liquidity. And then it's, hurt locker to the downside due to the truth. And it's hard to parse the truth right now. And it's very similar to Liberation Day, where he ain't done, and I don't think he's done right now. Basically, he wants no more nuclear material that can be turned into any kind of a weapon, and he wants the straight open, even though he tells you he doesn't care or wants the straight open. More than likely wants it into a friendly type regime. Here, watch this together. He wants some kind of a regime change that's favorable. If not, he'll leave it up to a coalition of other nations to institute whatever that regime change is. Which I think he can get away with that part of it potentially, but the part that bothers me, probably bothers me the most, is that when you send this many people and these many things to Iran, and Trump saying to you he wants this and that and this and that, that to me that says look at his actions more than his words, right? Which a lot of people bring up. So just be aware of that as we move forward. There was also some pump out there yesterday about, I think 15 ships got through or something like that. Large carriers got through. Normally it's 120, 130 a day. But the idea being that I think the idea that's being narrated to you and I is, oh, this is all tales. But I'll be honest with you here. I'm going to be honest with you 100% here. We have not priced in the Strait of Hormuz being closed for another month. We haven't priced that in. We have not priced in things getting worse. There's another strait, and there's another sea, and there's a canal, and some other things where if we start shutting down that stuff, it could have some farther reaching impacts on our markets down the road. And I think that's where we are in this thing with Trump here is, are we going to continue? Let's look at this like as a rational person. Are things going to continue to get, or are things going to improve from this point forward, or are things not going to improve from this point forward? And Iran is not responding in kind with, hey, we're willing to sit down for 45 days, or I think it was 45 the last time they talked, late last night or something. They want 45 days, and then they can begin to negotiate. And we could hear that and not know it, or that could be taking place privately behind closed doors, and we don't know it as retail. But as retail, what we do know is this. The U.S. is not going to settle for anything less than removing the nuclear option from Iran. They don't want to mow the grass. We know that Israel wants to finish this forever. The U.S. seems to be playing in kind to some extent. So we have not priced in the second part of this if things fall apart. So be aware of that in this price action that you see today, tomorrow, and some of the threats that Trump made over the weekend. I think he made threats of blowing up bridges and energy infrastructure, that kind of stuff. And of course, Iran made some more threats as well. So you could be looking at this as a liquidity grab to go higher, just to grab liquidity to send us down to the hurt locker. And I think this speaks to more too, which is, I think I said this on Friday. You get a pop up here. You get a pop up here, and is it down here? And if it isn't, if it's going to hold and go higher, we can actually wait for all of this to clear up and then get in roughly the same spot. We're like fighting over $1 or $2 when it's just easier to step back on the bus on a high up here. So we can squeeze up here, catch 2 new highs. Get the hourly trigger in here. You're in 1, 2, something like this, and we can start grabbing it up here to get out of here. You don't need to be like calling it. Yeah, it held or whatever. Excuse me. Yeah, look at how I was right. It's amazing. We're going up, and then all of a sudden we're shanked to the depths of hell. and you disappear. You're like, oh my God, I'm going to go hide for a few days until the coast is clear and then come back out. I'm like, woo, buy the dip, bro. So just be aware of the potential for the squeeze up, the grab for liquidity. And then we're coming back down here. This maybe not holding. Or this maybe not holding down here as well. So just have a risk off. I want to say it's more like just risk offish. It's not necessarily like I shouldn't say risk off, but let the Marines do their thing and then jump back in, or be waiting down below for a nice dip to buy if it offers itself up to you. We can always chase this up. Once it starts popping, if it's holding, we can start chasing all this stuff up. And if not, just be down here waiting this week. So the stance this week, I mean, it seems a little too obvious that we're going to follow the exact same playbook as Liberation Day on Bridge Day. But I think just for where we are for Bridge Day, and for the idea that Trump has not given enough clarity, to say the least, enough clarity as to what they want and what they're trying to accomplish, and then the signposts along the way. That the news has been, or the information has been brutal to follow, and you can't trust Iran's information. You can't trust social media is a mess right now. It's kind of like you're just like, those aren't even Americans. Like the whole top commentary, you're just like, this isn't even. I'm arguing with people that I have nothing to argue with on this stuff. So, and there's a huge information vacuum due to that. So you're getting responses from you don't know who in Iran. And the White House has been all over the place. So the one thing I would say to you for this week is don't do much. If there was anything to say, it would be don't do much. Watch the price action to jump in above, or watch the price action to come back down. And get kind of shanked here for a dip to buy either here or much lower, much lower. So we'll take a look at the entire market this morning, get you set up for the week. We'll go through expectations versus Bridge Day volatility. We'll look at Gamma. We're going to look at some ICT stuff. We'll look at some Elliott Wave and try to formulate a plan moving forward here. Okay, so let's go to Ted, I apologize. Welcome back. Hope you all had a good weekend. Hope you guys, some of you were probably hopefully taking vacation. I had one daughter come back from vacation. She had a blast. I hope that you did too. Let me just take a look here. And I am still sick. You'll hear me. It's in my nose now. It's like all in the front of my face. So I apologize to you. We've got at 10 a.m. this morning, we get ISM services at 10 a.m. It's 9:39, so we do have some economic data coming out very shortly. On Tuesday, we get durable goods month over month at 8:30 in the morning. On Wednesday, we get FOMC minutes. That's at 2 p.m. on Wednesday, just after we get the bridge decision, Bridge Day. And then Thursday we get core PCE at 8:30 in the morning, GDP growth, personal income, and personal spending on Thursday. And then Friday we get core inflation rate, the inflation rate, month over month, year over year. We get Michigan consumer sentiment on Friday, so it's a pretty heavy week for data. If you had like a Bridge Day on Tuesday, from that point forward, we get into some pretty heavy data into the rest of the week. So if you're looking for like, hey, we're going to get the pop-up on Monday, we get this bridge decision, bunch of bad data, we sweep back out from that. Let's look at SPY really quick. Let's go just start this together from the beginning so that we are all same page. We're going to start here on the 3-month. Remember, it's a new week, so I get an idea of where we're looking back and forward upon. I'm looking at 3-month right now. I'm not seeing anything right now at the moment. Tight 1 second. Just hang tight and let this load up. Excuse me. So we already swept this candle back here. You can see this prior 3-month right here. So all of this is open still down below. Still open. We still have not traded above the 70s yet. Put this one in here. Let's take a look on a monthly basis here. Yeah, we kind of need to break seal. Like right here kind of shows it's a big concentration down here. You can kind of see above, we still have not broken above these two key levels to the upside here. There's still we still haven't priced in. You can see we haven't priced in. Like this is still all open down here. And like safety for bulls is higher. This will be important here in a minute. I'll explain it to you better. This is where I think the trap is for bulls, where you don't squeeze high enough, and you get sucked back in. Like the suck back in trade shows itself right here, basically. Like even if you're popping up here, if you don't get high enough, you just get sucked back into the downside. And there's that liberation bridge day trade right there. Let's get this one together. Like you get the pop, but not enough of a pop. And that brings up the question, if we can't escape, let's say we go up here and we get sucked right back in again, and at least start, hammering that at minimum hammering that stuff out. This is on a day. I'll make this one yellow right here. And this is the concern right here. Hey, Kitty, how are you? Good morning. Hey, what are you doing? You don't ever come visit me in the morning. Why are you visiting me? You need a little bit of love? Kiddos are all gone. She's probably upset. There's another one right in here. There's the month. There's the day. I think this kind of gives you the story right here. There's a better way to tell this story here, which is, I think the trap, or that, I don't know if I want to call it a trap, but even if you see this breakout up here, you see this like smashing up here. Let's say we don't get if we don't get some kind of a deal, but you see like the talking about it. Oh my God, we might have a deal coming up. Bridge day is coming up, and then down. Same thing up here too. You might see this one. You might see like a pop, and we're not high enough. We're not above 670.89 or 673. 25, and we're sucked back in again. So you kind of like, if you're looking for like the breakout trade, we should see like something like this. It should look like this, and there should be no back season here. We should just leave it behind. So this would be like the thing the bulls want, right? You break up. Your daily trigger comes higher here, and even in this scenario, you like start smashing up here, and you're still waiting. You're waiting to make sure that this one gets taken out, that one gets taken out. Zigzagging down here, and you get your first high off that low over there, and you're on your way. I think that's like, you're not fighting all this. You're not getting sucked back down. You're waiting for all that work to happen, and then you're jumping on board and you're out of here. Now, the other scenario here is you get the pop and drop. You get the pop. And you fail this. So let me see if I can draw this in better for you, but so you're either waiting down here, right? And let me try to buy the dip down here, You failed it, but we'll try again. And then there's the worst one, which is the other worst outcome, which is you fail that, and we start waiting for a dip to buy, and we blast through this stuff. Whoops! So all of a sudden we're blasting down here. Okay, so we're not buying that dip, right? Then we're going down there, and maybe we are able to buy that dip, maybe. Or where things get really spicy. This is where the don't judge me by my words, but by my actions, and it becomes this down here. We catch the new low. Before you know it, we're talking about what? The market really wants Trump to find a way out of this, right? And then all of a sudden, it's it's pretty bad, right? Before you know it, you're blasting down here. You catch a new low. Everybody's freaking out. Story changes. Oh my God, what's Trump doing? And there's your liberation day, and you should have been waiting. So, I think this speaks to the I guess there'll be glory havers. I want to say there'll be glory havers. I called it. We abjectly sold. We went down to the depths of hell. That'll run the gamut too. I knew all along we were going to break out, and we're out of here. I think for you as like a trader with real money and not a story to sell, I really truly believe that the trade this week, if I had to guess, I'll draw this in for you where I think it's going. It's going to go something like this, but then I have it coming back down here for this dip. But I would say proceed with caution with new trades. If you wanted a new trade, you could do the off the bell trade up, but I would be very cautious of where does it lead? Is it something where you get caught in it and you're getting sucked down to the depths of hell? Let's look. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on here. It's wrong. This one right here. It's your intraday dip buys. There's another one down here. There's a lot of traffic down here. You see that?
We have US ISM Services PMI forecast 54.9, prior 56.1, the range of 56.
There's a lot of there's a lot of volatility in here. If you can't see it, there's
forecast 51, prior 51.8.
You got a 4-hour right here.
Paid forecast 67, prior 63. So
and even if you're just an intraday trader, this is your dip buy.
Also expecting comments from Trump.
Like down here.
Participating at the White House egg roll event. We'll find a video and put it on the feed for those interested.
Let's look at a 30-minute really quick. See what's going on. The hour looks fairly bullish here. This unconfirmed yet on daily. It looks like it wants to put in another low. Like it wants to start strong and then end weak. Hourly looks okay right now. If that's a day over there, I think that 4 hour is lower. Could be wrong. It doesn't matter. It's all the same. Right up here. I think this is probably the other one here. There's 670 supply right there. Hang tight. Right. Somewhere up in there. Well, I think it's right in there. Could say it's right up there. And I think this is my issue is like pop all the way up here. And then straight back down. This is Monday. 1600 right there. Some excitement on Bridge Day. Up, down, up. This is Tuesday at 9:30. This could even be 8 a.m., 5:36.
Ryan, in 5 minutes' time, we're expecting US ISM Services PMI forecast 54.9, prior 56.1, Services Employment forecast 51, prior 51.8, Services Prices Paid forecast 67, prior 63, New Orders forecast 56.8, prior 58.6. Also expecting comments from Trump, who's participating in the White House egg roll.
So at least this right here. And this is my like end of the week here. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Pop this up, get told no, maybe yes, and then fix it. It's something like this. Pop, 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 down, down. And then I just don't know if this holds or not here. I mean, I think we can get it to hold if there's still this gap left down here too. The bigger question is like, does that hold? Do we come back down to sweep this stuff out? Do we take all this out down here? I think that this is the bigger question here. Does this turn into a dip buy to buy early this week? For us to have continuation to go up. And then we're out of here. This is what I'd like to see. Something like this. And then we're out of here. Down, fake out, up. But, you know, with Liberation Day, this translated into a major downside move. And there has been no capitulation yet. Let's watch this closely here. Sorry, it looks like candy canes down there or something. There's another smaller one in here. Let's go up here, snap this one, snap that one. 1, 2, 3.
Crypto stocks rise as Bitcoin jumps more than 2%. Coinbase Global up 2.1%.
And they're going to take a swipe at this again at 12, too. It looks like this is being used as a place to hedge, but
1 minute remaining. I'll be leading with US ISM Services PMI.
let's check this really quick. This is the other daily high right here. 1600. Need to get above this to trade this today.
Ten seconds. $54.54, lower than the forecast of 54 spot.
Nice tag there. Just going to pull back a little bit. We'll start heading higher.
Forecast of 67. Services employment 45.2, 45.2, lower than the forecast of 51. Services new orders 60.6, 60.6, higher than forecast of 56.8.
Just watching for this tag right here. This one right here. Squeezing higher now, trading 659.66.
In the S&P 500. no other headline to explain this move apart from the data.
Sure, there is. I have a headline to explain this move. We're going up to grab liquidity to sell the fuck out of this shit.
So I don't see the move.
Any reason you can get, any news you can get will push this up.
Again, continuing to see some strength in the S&P 500. We'll keep looking to see if we can find anything.
No, I'll tell you exactly what it is right fucking here. we got a date with destiny to roll to the downside. There's like a bunch of negative fucking. There's a bunch of negativity up here, a bunch of negative momentum. We're going up there to check them. Let me just check this one last part here. This one right here, and maybe that one up there. And the bigger question becomes, what do we miss up here? These two right here. If we miss these two, we're fucked. We'll get sucked back down. So we got to watch those two up there. And we're going to look for one other high into 12 p.m. You can see this nice little high right here. We'll do a double correction. 1, 2, and 3. And then we'll make our way up into this next one up here, 12. Next price target, 661. 660.98.
US Treasury yield slip after US services data. 10-year yield last down 0.9 basis points at 4.337%. And US Treasury 2-year yields last up 0.6 basis points at 3.858% after the data.
It's getting me sketched out seeing us doing this well on a Monday morning. Makes me think that if you don't know this, you're either looking. Let me explain something else here to you. When you're looking back in your prior week, you want to know if your prior week was a winner or a loser. And it's like prior week, winner or loser. And then you want to find out on Mondays. Sometimes it takes till Wednesday, but are you looking for a high to sell into the rest of the week? Or are you looking for a low to get long the rest of the week? Now, these things don't always play out on Mondays, but this looks like a weekly high right here. There might be another one or two higher, but it looks like they're already hedging out the week here on that wick right there. I don't think that's the high, but it looks like they're hedging out for that brutal roll. I would expect more of this today and tomorrow for positioning for Tuesday's bridge day, we'll call it. Fucking bridge day. Iran rejects direct U.S. talks amid escalation as Israel attacks key petrochemical plant at South Par's gas field. Stocks shrug off Iran. I disagree with that. Be careful what you're reading out there this morning. The market is not shrugging off Iran. If you're reading those headlines, no. That's a liquidity grab to hedge right there, guaranteed. They'll do another one at 12. Shrugs off. Oh boy. Let me read through a few of these things here. I'm gonna put this on the background. We've got the Easter egg roll. I've got it on, but there's no volume yet. But hey, can't seem to get I've got them on in the background. This is the Easter egg roll. I'm gonna speed it up here, see if we can get it. Sorry it sounds so incongruent. I've got it on, I'll turn it down. I've got it on high speed here. So 0:10 a.m. I'm looking at some other stuff here. Hold on, guys. No. Just working on some gamma here in the background for you. Just hang tight here, guys. Y'all doing? Good morning out there. How you doing? This looks like tail hedging here. How much are what's tail hedging risk costing right now? All right, let's do a free snapshot on SPX. Let's get some new gamma data here going on. There's a lot of hedging activity. I'm looking at it here in the background. There's a lot of hedging coming in for 59.75, 6,200 big target. $6,000 big target. We'll look at some of this together really quick. Let's look at net gamma here together. 6,500 is the big support. I don't know if you can see this on your side over here, but what's going on with this? Why can't I move this down a little bit? Sorry. I need to redo this page. $6,500 is the big support here. We want to be able to maintain 6,500. SPX currently trading 65.98. So we're like right in here bumping up. Just bumping uglies right now. Like we'd be so much better off above this bar right here. And this is saying reject and then down. Let's look at the one date. Yeah, one date today agrees with this 6,600. We're trading 65.96 right now. 66.05. It's all in agreement to go up, but there's big, like, barely, like, we got to be above this, right? Get any kind of safety, otherwise it's party time down here. And there's nothing holding us up here. 2 date. $65.50 right here. There's a whole bunch of targets up here. And you can see the gamma and 3 dates right here. We're hedging out between 62 and 6,000. Calls puts 6,000, 7,000. Oh yeah, nice. $6,600 right there. I don't know if you can see that over here, but there's a target here of 6,600. And then the 6,500 to buy the dip over here. $68,000, 7,000. Sank out here, guys. We'll start drawing these in. So one. We are in positive gamma as of right now. It's all become supportive up here. Hang tight here. I got more stuff I got to do. Nope. On net gamma. $66.50, $66.90, 7,000. And this is kind of the key right here. This is kind of it right here. You know what's fascinating about this is let's look really quick. Let me just look at this really quick. You know, this is the trade right here. Like the fascinating part, even with this gap here. This is your support right here. We start losing this support and it gets messy. Like you can go up here, hit this one, hit that one up there, sweep all the way down here, but you cannot give that up. Like you could possibly go 1 minute and out of here, but anything down here gets extremely bearish. We'll just write party time in there for that. For the Bears. There ain't nothing down there. Nothing good, at least. The market's basically saying that one right there. That one right there. Do not give that up. You can see that. At least this is what Gamma's at least saying. Push up, push up. Big call wall up here. Fuck you, no. And then the party time zone we don't know about yet. Well, theoretically, it holds right here. But I think we can easily, at least even if it's just a sweep, then pull up. You want to look at this here? You want to snap that?
Ladies and gentlemen, under the direction of Lieutenant Colonel Ryan Now, please welcome the President's own United States Marine Band.
Let me see, we might be getting some Trump here in a minute. Still don't see him here.
That's our spot. This is our cut spot. This is the pull spot.
You have to take it up front. You have to do it right now. Yeah, we gotta move.
This is Spy. No. I think that's it right there.
Right there. Does anyone see a mulch box anywhere? Steve, yep, coming in hot. Red cable. Just the mulch? Yeah.
SPX Gamma chart posted in Discord.
I don't have any audio from you yet.
I'm also gonna post some stuff in the Pro channel.
Now I do. You got level set?
Dan, are you okay?
We're going to look at a few tickers here too together on the side here.
Hey, Steve, do you know what source we're on? You got music? Sure, yeah. Well, I got needles bouncing, so that's close enough to music. Yeah, I do. Do you know what source we're on? I think we're on White House 2. What am I doing with this?
There is some risk on this morning. We'll take a quick look at a few of these here in the background. I posted them inside the Pro channel. We'll take a quick peek at these. This is SLDE. This one's been looking to explode to the upside. SLDE. This is a higher, higher, higher. This all looks bullish. There was a sweep of this leg over here on a 1 month basis. You can see how it gets bought, but like the buyers are down here. There's a lot of if this then that in here. This is a safe place to buy down here. Do you see it? Got a lot of whips on in here. And this is your cup and handle right here. This is your handle. Would assume. Here's a cup. 2, but that failed. So you hit that one up there and then come back down. This is all part of a bigger trade. And you need that big one right there. This is your 1, that's your 2. That's your 3 up there, even higher. Something more like this. Right, 2.5 back down. Assuming that's the fall. This is 25. Smash, smash, smash. Ball pickup. This is SLDE. I'm grinding higher right now on SPY. Oh God, this one's beautiful. This is FLY. Talked about this one last week. You don't really need to see too much of this, do you? This looks obviously like, you know, take this one out right here. Somehow come back in here. You can see it right there. Something like that, and then up. Maybe a little pop in here. Hit this cup and handle. Implies going up. Something like that. This is FLY. I'll post this for you in the Discord too. I'm not seeing Trump just yet. They're got the camera on him, but not seeing him just yet. I'm posting charts for you in Pro Channel right now. Man, I don't know about Curb. I gotta look at Curb really quick. Let's see what Curb looks like. Their fundamentals. Curbline Properties. Curbline, rapid growth at a fair valuation, rapidly growing into its valuation despite huge net cash, not a brainer buy. A no-brainer, not a no-brainer buy. They did a common stock offering on the 10th. At 10. It's still popped. Note a little bit of risk-offish behavior here into Trump coming out to speak. They keep hit. Notice? Do you ever notice on all these half hours here? You see how we catch a high? It's like sell, catch a high into this one, sell. This looks like positioning for an ugly week. Like we're hedging highs here. We got a new lower high on 10:30 here. Looks like anytime we squeeze up, that we're hedging OTM stuff. You know, Curb hit a high of, yeah, they got sold it right underneath $30. That makes sense. I'm looking at this ticker here. It's called Curb. We've talked about this ticker a couple times at least. It keeps grinding higher and higher. It's in like a distribution here, but it started at $18, been bid up, bid up, bid up, bid up. It's now trading 20, or at a high, it traded 28.46. It didn't hit 28.5 though.
I knew how to Z.
1, 2, 3. Theoretically, this finished. Let me see this really quick. I'm not trusting this ticker just yet.
She's up on the ladder.
Yeah. I hate that ladder. Went up it once. I was like, never again.
That doesn't look like a good idea.
Oof. One stiff breeze.
I know.
Oof.
Getting that guy down at the bottom into doing the towers.
Oof. I don't know.
One stiff breeze. Like some guys got off from work for the week. He's like, look at that over there. Oof.
Package me, baby.
Still not seeing the president yet.
They'll send this in. And then they're going to spend that. You know what? And UN Secretary Walls. And I think that's in the blue tie, 3 people back, behind the guy with the long black hair, with the butt shade, next to the woman in white, with the beads on her shoulder.
UN Secretary.
Mike Walls.
Oh, yeah.
And then I think this guy with the long hair is the Melania TV movie producer. I'm not sure.
Who is he?
Produced the Melania movie. Let me see if I can get this play. If it's actually him.
Is that him?
Checking.
Checking.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's all I
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, and First Lady Melania Trump, accompanied by the Easter Bunny. Master Gunnery Sergeant Kevin Medina, accompanied by the President's own United States Marine Band, will now honor America with the singing of our national anthem. Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hail as the twilight's last gleaming, whose most bright and bright stars rule the perilous fight, for the ramparts we watch were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof to the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled
Yeah, it's already hit the tape.
wave
Rand's been rejecting past like 24 hours, 48 hours. I think that every like fart in the wind is gonna be like, oh, they rejected. Yeah, they rejected it yesterday like 3 times, 4 times. Probably rejected today 4 times. Trump's gonna say it's gonna be finished. But I think the biggest takeaway here is, here we go. Trump's up. Let's listen to him.
Make a lot of money. Thank you very much.
Make a lot of money.
So today is a very special day. It's a day where we celebrate Jesus. It's a day where we celebrate broken every record in the stock market. We've broken every record in the military. And what about the rescue that took place yesterday? Something that you rarely see. You know, they were giving me a briefing about that. And they said normally when you're in a very hostile territory, and I don't think it gets much more hostile than Iran, they're capable fighters, they're very tough people, and there are others like that. You don't mind when the enemy is weak, but that enemy is strong. Not so strong like they were about a month ago. I can tell you, in fact, right now they're not too strong at all, in my opinion, but we're soon going to find out, aren't we? But when a thing like that happens, where a pilot is shut down, in most instances, you're really not able to go in, because you'll go in with 200 people, lots of jet fighters and helicopters, and you really don't have a chance. You get shut down, you lose 200. In order to pick up one, it's a horrible thing, but it's very rare that you can do it. And what we did yesterday is we picked up not one, we picked up two. We kept the first one quiet, and we were able to keep it quiet for about a day, which made it a lot better. But those two pilots were incredible, brave, and we thank them. And we're going to be having a news conference today at 1 o'clock in the Oval Office. And
Okay, so 1 p.m. We've got some stuff at 1 today, and we've got 1 p.m. tomorrow, too, for we got Bridge Day tomorrow and Save an American Pilot Day at 1 p.m. today.
And it's an honor. I built it in my first term, and I didn't know I was going to be using it this much in my second term. It's my honor. And they're the greatest people on earth. Our warriors are the greatest fighters on earth. And they very much appreciate you and love you, and that's why they do it. So this is all about today. I must tell you, I came out and I expected we were going to be talking about farmers, and we love our farmers. We were going to talk about so many different products. But you know what they want to talk about? Sir, this is about eggs. Eggs. Because we have the egg farmers of the entire country here, and they are unbelievable. And if you remember, when I first got elected, my first news conference with the fake news, a lot of fake news here today, but I had a news conference, and the first question, what are you going to do about eggs, sir? I said, what's wrong with eggs? I just got this. My second day in office, I had a news conference, and they were screaming at me, what am I going to do about eggs? And I said, well, it's like, tell me what's wrong with eggs. The price was so high. It was 4 times higher than it was a year before. I said, well, that sounds like a problem. Let me think about it. And Brooke Rollins, our great Secretary of Agriculture, she got involved. We all got involved. They didn't want me, as you know, just last year, it's hard to believe, they didn't want me to order eggs for the Easter egg roll, the Easter egg hunt that we have here every year. They wanted me to use plastic. I said, I'm not using plastic. We'll get it solved. And within a short period of time, eggs came down. They came down 40%, 50%. And by the time we got there, we had so many eggs, we didn't know what to do with them. And today we have more than 40,000 eggs supplied by all of the great egg farmers that are with us. So eggs is a big thing, and it was a big thing to our great First Lady, who's here someplace. Let's see. I think this is our First Lady. What do you think of our First Lady? She's a movie star. I don't know. Do we call her First Lady or a movie star? She has the biggest movie. Can you believe this? And she deserves it. Would you like to say a couple of words to your friends?
Happy Easter Monday. I hope you enjoy this beautiful day. We are celebrating the very special Easter egg roll this year because it's 250th birthday of this beautiful nation. Enjoy it, and I hope you have a wonderful day.
And she worked very hard with her staff and the staff of the White House on really just making it nice. This is the nicest I've ever seen it. So this is my 5th, and I will say that it gets better every time, right? It gets better every time. You notice the fencing, it's all brand new. I said, you know, we could have bought used fencing and saved a lot of money. They said, this is for Easter, and this is for our egg farmers, and we're going to get new fencing. Everything's new and everything's beautiful, and the White House never looked better, and our country never looked better. So I just want to thank everybody. It's been a special period of time. 1 year ago, a little bit more, our country was dead. We had a dead country. We had an administration that didn't know what the hell they were.
Dead country last year.
Anywhere in the world, we're respected by everybody, and that's the way we're going to keep it. So again, I want to thank all of the associations and the egg farmers and all of the people that are here. We think we could have 50,000 people coming all day long. It's open, and they expect between 30 and 50,000 people, so that's great. And most importantly, I want to just say Happy Easter and God bless America. We have the greatest country on earth. God bless you all. You are very, very special people. Thank you, everybody. Have a good time.
There's the first one. We took that one out. He didn't spend a lot of time out in public. He made it really short and sweet. Not a ton of job owning. He kept it very simple. Surprised it was so short. All right, we're going to cut away from this. It says here, Trump's concludes remarks. Someone was saying we dropped because Iran rejected the peace deal. I think you're going to hear a lot of that job owning today and tomorrow. They already rejected the ceasefire yesterday, so you're going to hear Iran rejected ceasefire multiple times, and you're going to the Axios story is probably, let me see if I can find it here. So Axios put out a story yesterday that said Iran mediators make last ditch push for 45-day ceasefire. If you read the actual story, it says Iran. If you read the full story, it says Iran has rejected 45 days. It says like Trump is speaking to people that he wants to replace. It's a really bizarre situation. It's hard to explain, or it's not hard to explain, but it says the U.S., Iran, and a group of regional mediators are discussing terms for a potential 45-day ceasefire that could lead to a permanent end to the war, according to four U.S., Israeli, and regional sources with knowledge of the talks. Hang tight here. Having a little bit of a loss of service here for just a minute. Why it matters, the sources said the chances for reaching a partial deal over the next 48 hours are slim. Now, I want you to think about that. Like, listen to this closely. The sources said the chances for reaching a partial deal over the next 48 hours are slim. But this last-ditch effort could be the only chance to prevent a dramatic escalation in the war that will include massive strikes on Iranian civilian infrastructure and retaliation against energy and water facilities in the Gulf states. Driving the news, President Trump's 10-day deadline to Iran was expected to expire on Monday evening. But on Sunday, Trump extended his deadline by 20 hours and posted on Truth Social a new deadline of Tuesday at 8 p.m. So I think this, number one, speaks to get as high as we possibly can for liquidity to sell. Like just right there, it's all you need to know. So grind higher. We don't know why we're squeezing. We're squeezing to catch a high to hedge this Tuesday at 8 p.m. deadline. And we also know that the chances of a 45-day window of non-fighting and the strait being open the hopes are small of that happening. Trump told Axios on Sunday that the U.S. is in deep negotiations with Iran and that a deal can be reached before his deadline expires on Tuesday. Quote, there is a good chance, but if they don't make a deal, I'm blowing up everything over there, he says, end quote. Now, I want to preface this statement over here with Iran. Other factions in Iran have come out repeatedly over the last 24 hours and have said, we don't know who the fuck he's negotiating with. We're not stopping what we're doing. And you know that this is the, or whoever he's talking to is not all of Iran. Iran has made no official statements saying they're coming to the table to stop anything. There is a good chance, but if they don't make a deal, I'm going to blow up everything over there, he said. A White House official confirmed the plan for a 45-day ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran was one of many ideas being discussed at the moment. So there is no 45-day deal. There's no 45-day deal. There's basically you have Trump in the White House speaking to some form of regime change group in Iran. The U.S. also admitted yesterday that they were arming civilians for a coup, which we've already discussed on this show that was likely already happening. And it also was including the Kurds. I know everyone wants to say the Kurds are never going to be there. We screwed them too many times, but that's not what happened. The Kurds were given those arms to arm civilians in Iran, purportedly, or at least officially. That's the statement from the U.S. It also says here the White House official confirmed that the plan for 45-day ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran was, quote, one of many ideas, end quote, being discussed at the moment. Quote, the president has not signed off on it. Operation Epic Fury continues. President Trump will speak more at 1 p.m., the House official said. So I'm assuming he just mentioned 1 p.m. today that he had as an announcement. And he mentioned, I believe, you did. I don't know what the 1 p.m. is. Maybe it's 1 p.m. today, 1 p.m. tomorrow. But the president did just say he's got a 1 p.m. statement for today. Trump has threatened to destroy infrastructure that is vital to Iranian civilians if he is unable to reach a deal with the regime. Such attacks would constitute war crimes, and Iran has threatened to retaliate with attacks against infrastructure in Israel and Gulf states. Two sources said the operational plan for a massive U.S.-Israeli bombing campaign against Iran's energy facilities is ready to go, but stressed the extension of Trump's deadline was aimed at giving a last chance to reach a goal. So basically what we're doing here is the U.S. or the markets here are open, of course, to some kind of a truce for 45 days. But as of what we truly know for right now, Iran is not playing ball. At least the official government in Iran is not playing ball. The U.S., if you're to believe like Trump with his actions and not his words, he's telling you clear as day. If no deal is reached or if a regime change is not on par for 45 days, I mean, if you're going to do a regime change with a really be 45-day pause, part of that government's not going to want to do that. So there should be like some kind of military action of some sort, one way or another. Either Trump hammering Iran or an active coup, which is still volatility. Such attacks could constitute war crimes. Two sources said the operational plan for a massive U.S.-Israeli bombing campaign is on hold unless there's a deal reached in the next 48 hours. Behind the scenes, four sources with knowledge of the diplomatic efforts said the negotiations are taking place through Pakistani, Egyptian, and Turkish mediators, and also through text messages between Trump's envoy Witkoff and Foreign Minister Abbas Aragachi. A U.S. official said that the Trump administration gave Iran several proposals in recent days, but so far Iranian officials hadn't accepted them. The sources said the mediators are discussing with the parties the terms for a two-phase deal. First phase would be a potential 45-day ceasefire during which a permanent end to the war would be negotiated. The ceasefire would or could be extended if more time were needed for talks, one of the sources said. The second phase would be an agreement on ending the war. The sources said the mediators think that fully reopening the Strait of Hormuz and a solution for Iran's highly enriched uranium, either through its removal from the country or dilution, could only happen under a final deal. Basically, they're not going to give that stuff up. Closing the Strait of Hormuz and then giving up the uranium, it kind of harkens back to Ukraine to some extent, right? Give up your missiles, we'll never do anything, and then we break the promise. Iran's fairly aware that Trump will break any promise that he makes. Zoom in, the mediators are working on confidence-building measures Iran could accept regarding the reopening of the strait and its highly enriched uranium stockpile, the sources said. These two issues are Iran's main bargaining chips in the negotiations, and the Iranians will not agree to fully give up on them for only 45 days of ceasefire, two of the sources said. Mediators wanted to see whether Iran could take partial steps on both issues in the first phase of the deal. They're also working on steps the Trump admin could take to give Iran guarantees that the ceasefire will hold and the war will not resume. The Iranian officials made clear to the mediators they don't want to be caught in a Gaza or Lebanon situation where there's a ceasefire in paper, but the U.S. and Israel can attack again whenever they want to. And I don't think the U.S. wants to do that either at this point, like mowing the grass, that kind of stuff. The mediators are also working on other U.S. confidence building measures the U.S. could take that would address some of Iran's demands. A source with direct knowledge said the mediators are highly concerned that Iranian retaliation for a U.S.-Israel strike in the country's energy infrastructure would be more destructive for Gulf countries' oil and water facilities. The mediators told the Iranian officials there is no time for further negotiation tactics and stressed the next 48 hours are the last opportunity for them to reach a deal and prevent massive destruction for the country. The Iranian officials, at least in public, are still taking an extremely hard line. Listen to this closely. See the article headline from Axios, U.S. and Iran are working towards a deal. And then at the end of this article, when you read through the entire thing, at the end it says, the Iranian officials, at least in public, are still taking an extremely hard line and rejecting any concessions. The IRGC Navy said Sunday the situation in the Strait will, quote, never return to what it was before the war, especially for the U.S. and Israel. There's a lot of information in just that statement. If the Strait of Hormuz can open to the rest of the world and those countries step in, then we don't have to price in this fucking doom. The longer the strait though does stay closed, it does have huge knock-on effects that are not priced into the market. And there is a slight opening in the strait right now. I think we're getting maybe 20, I want to say 15 ships through right now, from a height on average per day of 120 to 140 tankers. So there's like a tease here going on for these other nations. It doesn't really matter if the strait is reopened for the U.S. or not. There's the idea behind world oil supplies, okay? Any kind of supplies, or commodities, I should say, or inputs into other products. The reason we have world markets and pricing is set in the world is because of this. So if you let oil through, let me top line this for you. If you let oil through for Japan or for China or anywhere else, for that matter, it enters the world's energy supply. It impacts prices across the world. So if you're not letting in the U.S. and Israel, and it's still getting through for other nations, it's a net positive for the U.S., if that helps. Now, if they save face, Iran saves face by saying the U.S. and Israel can't go through here, that would be fine, believe it or not. But if you see not only Iran reject the U.S. plan for 45-day peace negotiations, and if you see escalation in the Strait of Hormuz or the other strait or the canal or the Red Sea or anything like that, that has not been priced into the market. And the U.S. is saying, we're going to bomb everything, like bomb the infrastructure. It's a couple million gallons per day for Iran. If we blow up their ability to export oil, produce oil, tanker and sell oil, whatever you want to say to that, that is net negative, right? If we start bombing that infrastructure. And Trump is vowing to do this, and Iran is variably, publicly at least, across the board, yesterday and today, whoever is in power, there's 2 or 3 groups likely in power right now, and they're all saying no. Let me just read some of this here. Iran's war shockwaves threaten England's farms. Iraq says it could restore oil exports to pre-war levels within a week if Hormuz reopens. So they're trying to quell continuation. Iran alleges U.S. rescue ops likely covered a steel-enriched uranium. Israel hits key Iranian petrochemical plants. We already know about that. Iran rejects ceasefire proposal with U.S. as war of words deepens. War of words deepens. They've been doing that the past 48 hours. Grand close. Iran rejects the new 45-day ceasefire proposal while the U.S. is still expected to respond. Trump delayed the threatened military strike tied to the Strait of Hormuz until tomorrow. Iran was the first to respond to the proposal on Monday, with Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesman Baghay saying the ceasefire proposal is illogical and unacceptable. He had the U.S. and Israel have no red lines and that Iran cannot participate in any negotiations under threat. The Iranian official added that Iran's national security is the main factor in agreeing to any talks and that Iran is defending with all of its might. Washington is yet to respond to the ceasefire proposal. At the same time, Trump warned it would face strikes on power plants and bridges if the strait remained closed. An expletive-laden social media post on Sunday, Trump said, "Open the effing strait, you crazy bastards, or you'll be living in hell. Just watch." The U.S. has repeatedly shifted his own headlines, pointing to ongoing discussions. But time and again, Tehran appears to dismiss Trump's claims and threats. In an interview with the AP, Iran's cultural minister, Sayed Reza Salih Amiri, called Trump an unstable, delusional figure and said Iranians do not take his statements seriously because they often change. He also described Trump as difficult to understand for both sides. Quote, "It seems Trump has become a phenomenon that neither Iranians nor Americans are able to fully analyze." Sure, he says he's going to do something. He's going to do it. I'll just tell you what it is. He does a lot of taco timing, but he actually does do the things that he threatens. I don't put it past Trump for a minute that we're going to attack here or invade to some extent. I think they should take him seriously. Regarding the strait, it is open to the world but closed to Iran's enemies. Aside from the rhetoric, yeah, well, Trump bombed. It's not really open. Trump starts tacking, and the strait's going to be a shit show, right? Aside from the rhetoric, Tehran's regime remains firm and will not stop fighting without guarantees in place, including financial reparations and assurances that it will not be attacked again. Meanwhile, on Monday, Israel and U.S. carried out a wave of attacks in Iran, killing more than 25 people and hitting the South Pars natural gas field. According to state-run media reports, Tehran responded with missile fire in Iran, or not Israel and its Gulf neighbors. So not much. There's nothing's really changed here. U.S. still threatening to attack and strike Iran. Iran still saying, no, we're not going to agree to this truce. I don't think you should be expecting it either. My expectation here is we go up, grab some liquidity, and you hedge out the likelihood that the U.S. will resume carpet bombing, Operation Human Shield, or whatever that is. And today, Trump says today at 1 he's going to do a presser. I don't know if this is today or tomorrow. I'm assuming that the presser will be something about the rescue operation in Iran and maybe some more shit talking. If that takes place at 1 p.m., we'll be aware of it today. We're coming into 12 p.m. I expect to squeeze up here too. We'll wait for this 12 o'clock or 1 p.m. and see if if he comes out and actually does a presser. We'll draw this in here. Trump presser question mark. He might have been referring to tomorrow. We'll do a big question mark up here and just check and see if we get the presser, or if that's just 1 p.m. tomorrow. I couldn't seem to read. I was reading about 1 p.m. on Axios, but they didn't give a date. And then I heard Trump earlier say he has more to say at 1 p.m. So I'm assuming that's today. If I see anything different, I'll let you know. Anything that contradicts that, I can't confirm it right now that it's 1 p.m. today. Response includes demands encompassing an end to the conflicts in the region and protocol safe passage. Iran demands a permanent end to the war. Reply to U.S. Iran demands also include reconstruction and lifting of sanctions. We already know that. Yemen's Houthis, we carried out an attack against Israel on Monday. Attack was carried out with IRGC. Iran sent on Monday a 10-point response to the proposal to end the war, per Axios. U.S. official on Iran response was maximalist and unclear if it'll allow moving forward with diplomatic solutions. This is Axios. Let's see what else I can see here. Suggests states should act to handle gasoline prices. Trump Tuesday deadline final. I've seen every proposal. That was at 11:10. Trump on Iran. Iran's proposal is a big step, not good enough. It's a significant proposal. We'll see what happens. The UK has a long way to go. This is Trump speaking after his remarks ended. I expect the Fed to lower rates once arrives. Trump on Iran. We could end quickly if they do certain things. People U.S. is negotiating with are responsible and not as radicalized. Trump reiterates Iran can not have a nuclear weapon. If I had my choice, I would take the oil. They don't want to say uncle. If Iran doesn't yield, we won't have bridges or power plants. American people want us to win and come home. Looks like he's speaking again here. I'm not losing MAGA. MAGA loves what I'm doing. Guns were supposed to go to protesters, but a certain group of people kept them. I'm assuming he's talking about the Kurds. I am very upset they're going to pay a big price for that. Maybe he's speaking of the Kurds right now. They have some missiles and drones left. They got a lucky shot. Iranian people will fight the regime when safe for them. Hopefully it will be over very quickly. We could leave right now, but I want to finish it up. Iran announces missile launches towards Israel. NATO should be ashamed coming from Trump. I'll see if maybe he's still doing his thing over here. Maybe I'm missing something. Oh, he's talking to reporters as he walks around. Hold on here. We can put him on. Looks like he's chatting. We'll leave him on in the background. Looks like he is making some commentary as he walks through the Easter egg hunt. I've got him on here in the background. We'll leave him on in the background in case he speaks to reporters again. Same diarrhea.
It's the highest in American history of export. Thanks to this deal. It's terrible.
This guy's fantastic. Look at him, my friend. Huh? You doing okay? Huh? You want to say something? So your son will be impressed. Come on up and say it. Come on up. This way your son's going to be impressed. He's high tech.
Yes, sir.
He's all. Go ahead, say a couple of words.
Well, the economy is doing great. The high tech sector is amazing. AI is booming. We got so many data centers going up. It's really incredible.
Are you impressed now with your father? Yeah. He made a beautiful cookie. You guys are good.
Yeah.
You know that?
I think I'm on.
These are all my kids.
Come on over here, kids. You have a great dad.
Remember, we are at the gamma flip, so we're grinding. Very common here. See if we can catch some 12 p.m. buy flows. All right, so we know where gamma is. We know where I got some stock picks out there for you. We went over some ICT stuff this morning.
Ready? Get set.
65.50.
You all ready? Ready? Everybody, this is very athletic. Focus. Total focus. Is everybody focused? Ready?
Just calling the Easter egg roll right now.
Highly competitive. Ready, get set, go!
Come on, Carolina. Go, girl. Good job, baby.
Take another chance. Let's go. Are you all ready? Ready? Get set. Wow. Tough sport. Tough, very tough. Are you ready? Oh, I love her hair. Look how beautiful her hair is. Look at my hair like that. Look at your hair. How do you think you would look on me?
Just to note that 6550 is support.
Are you ready? I want you to win. And if you want, you can keep it in. And everybody can keep 1 egg back.
Nike still hasn't hit my first target, 42.51. Second target's 40.02, 39.68.
And if you're really good, we can keep it in.
Looks like he's just doing hobnobbing or whatever right now.
Ready? Get set. Ready? Get set. Ready? What happened? Are you ready? Want to do one more? Get it. Come on, let's not disappoint. Everyone's watching you. He's like me on the golf. Get back. Get back. No. Hold it. No. Back. Back. No. Just like it. Yeah. Get it back. You ready? Ready? Get set. We'll do one more. Good job, buddy. We're gonna do one. Natasha wouldn't do it worse than I am. You ready, everybody? So this is the final.
Let's see if we can catch a flush here into 12.
Anybody in this group know? No choking. Are you ready? Get set.
So seeing here, Israel's Netanyahu said today we destroyed the largest petrochemical plant in Iran. US 3-month high yield 3.635%, 3.635%, bid to cover 2.58 with the US selling 89 billion and awarding 36.3% of bids at high. 6-month 6-month high yield, free spot 615%, free spot 615%, bid to cover, free spot 06, free spot 06, with the US selling 77 billion.
Seeing some weakness here. 3-month yield going higher.
6% of bids at high.
A 6-month holding right now. 3-month mooning. Not mooning, but pushing higher. Just talking about tightening. 3- and 6-month auctions. You want to watch them closely in case the bond market is expecting tightening. Previous was 3.620, 3-month auction 3.63, slightly higher. 6 months slightly higher. That's good. It's not great, but it's not bad. It's slightly higher. It's not crazy. The bond market's saying they're still open to a truce being found. Slightly positive on tankers coming through. Three and 6 month not showing a bunch of doom just yet. Three-month careening slightly higher. 3-month is a little more fearful in the short term. 6-month though, not too bad right now. 3-month popping to 3.71 right now. 3-month yield. I'm reading a piece here because we had a winning week last week. The bigger question though becomes, does this week like put in the high, then the dip get bought? I think that's the biggest question. Like, you put in the high for the week, if you can not sweep the lows from, well, not even the lows, but most of the lows from last week, can we hold on to it? So you want to check what the weeklies were from, weekly lows were from last week. So basically can't lose like 65, is it 6,500, 6,550? We start losing that. Look at camera really quick. Theoretically, you can't lose 6,550. Let's go look at it together. said the big question here is, this is Thursday low, so theoretically you can lose all of this right here, and you like touch the lows down here from last week, but don't put in the new low. We should be safe-ish, but you would also need like this to, like, even if you did this right here, this is last week's low. If you don't sweep it deep enough, the thesis there would be that we're up, right? To a new weekly high to close the week. So even no matter what, as like a buyer, you're still down here. Like as a buyer, you're still like this. Like nothing really. That shouldn't say nothing really matters in here, but if there was anything that matters in here, it's this right here. That this holds, whenever that comes. Whether that came right now, squeeze and then drop. This is the key for the week. If you're a bull, if you're a buyer and thinking we're getting out of here, you're the whole basis of that thesis is checking back on last week's low. This is last week's low on Friday, last week's low on Thursday, and then it holds. Whether that's down here and up, down here and up, whether it's pop, and then down here and up, down here and up. You're basically waiting for your opportunity somewhere down in here to prove that thesis. Like go up here, pop this, right? Get told no, swing back down. And then if you hold this, like I would say like this is the key for a bull this week. The key for a bull is that you're able to hold any of these checkbacks to check last week's price. Maybe you can put in a new low, but it would need stiff recovery. Stiff recovery. What you don't want to see, of course, is like sent packing, bad news from Trump, new low, and then it's on like Donkey Kong. Maybe you could say, yeah, last. Maybe you could say if that holds, but we're talking, you know, this is pretty bad, right?
Thank you very much. Good luck with the
Likely to get down there is going to be some ugly ass news.
day and night. It's got to become an obsession. Then you're gonna have to love hitting. You like that? You know, I was standing looking at the White House. Too long. Because I got a lot of
I'll check on that Trump presser stuff at 1.
You know what? It's good for so much. You see what we're doing? We're fixing up all of this. You see the columns over there? We're fixing up the whole facade. Hasn't been fixed since 1799. And I see spots over there. Look.
It doesn't say anything here about a 1 p.m. presser. It says Monday 1 p.m. I've got some other information here saying he will speak at 1 today. So let's keep an eye on this. The reason I'm wondering is because do we get dragged in here? Do we like sucked into 12 p.m. and then like just sucked in here? Just waiting for the presser. Let's leave this down here. I'm assuming this is about 55. We'll see if they just get dragged into this bullshit waiting the presser. I'm assuming he's going to regurgitate what we already said this morning. He's already like lubing up for it.
that breaks, I'm in trouble. I think you should get him.
So the 6-month and 3-month yield, I'm looking at that data right now. It's a mixed bag. I would say the 3 and 6 month is, I wouldn't call it like an Andy Constant C, but I don't know if it could be described with a letter grade. I would say that the bond market is open to a ceasefire at the moment, pricing in a little bit of doom, but not the unpriced Strait of Hormuz closed for the next month or so.
Make America great again, right? So see, now it's great. So I have to say, keep America great. Keep America.
Here, I'll turn this off for now. We don't need to listen to that. If he comes back on, I'll either read to you whatever he says or wait for 1 p.m. Just note that he's going to speak at 1 p.m. in here. We could get sucked into this like until he does do the 1 p.m. thing. If we do begin to make some new highs, though, just mark off this prior high back here. This looks like they're trying to put in the weekly high. We've been doing this oftentimes. So you just want to be playing off of this. We did this on Friday as well. We'll fight to try to hit this high again. From where would I be trying to buy the dip in here? If I was going to buy the dip, 65.50, which I'm assuming is down in here. Somewhere down in here to go higher. But if we start taking out these, what here? If we're at any point we start taking out these highs, we can start talking about buying a dip to go higher. Or if we hold up here, we can talk about to squeeze, trade. Same setup as Fridays, nothing really changed. And just sitting here and park and wait. Let's leave it right in here. Give me 1 quick second. I'm going to go potty really quick. The news squawker is on. When I get back, we'll look at some more. I don't want to do it anymore. Some more like Iran stuff, some more geopolitics. We'll talk about some other things here. We'll talk about Jamie Dimon if we can come back to it today. I think that the discussion is going to still focus on it because he was on the whole. We should have done this 20 years ago. Skunk at party talks credit cycles, touts U.S. military power. We already did. I don't know if I talked about that yet. And we'll talk about skew as well. We can talk about this when we get back. Give me like a few minutes and we'll go back to you in just a minute here. What do I put on a, I lost my, it's not text, is it? I'll figure that out. Where's 10? There's no new low there. And watch this price action right here. It's not done having its way with me. No, I don't have any brain fog or anything. I've got really bad runny nose. And I feel worn down. I haven't done shit.
Trump on Iran deadline says won't be moved again. Trump, when asked about how striking Iranian infrastructure would not be a war crime, Trump says, because they're animals. And Trump says, haven't signed any ceasefire. Trump says Iran would like to have a ceasefire because they're getting obliterated. Trump says, I've given them chances and they haven't taken them.
Today?
Iran says, we'll see how they become. Excuse me, we'll see how they behave. Trump says, have Witkoff.
Was he sick too?
I guess Joe's.
Trump says Vance could also be talking. And Trump says it's highly unlikely he'll move the deadline again. Trump says Vance is continuing to talk to Pakistan intermediaries. So Trump has started speaking again. Trump on Iran says we've got regime change. They are more moderate.
According to CNBC, OpenAI is on track to IPO as early as Q4. The CEO is confident about IPO after $122 billion fundraise. Trump on Iran says, I'm not worried about concerns over targeting civilian infrastructure.
It looks like Trump's been firing off again, saying it won't be moved again. I don't see where he's chatting here. Looks like he is talking.
You know, many of them are saying be off the record, and they're saying behind the scene, they should have done this a long time ago. For 47 years this has been going on, and every one of those presidents should have done it. And actually, as you know, off the record, they're doing it off the record because they haven't got the courage to say it. Those presidents are giving me a lot of credit. This should have been done by Obama, should have been done by Clinton, should have been done by the Bushes. It should have been done, and it would have been a lot easier if it was done a long time ago, right? You agree with me? Sir. You know the war crime? War crime is allowing Iran to have a nuclear weapon.
Trump says a war crime is allowing Iran to have a nuclear weapon.
And have no Middle East.
I'm losing the stream here with Trump too. Having some trouble with the stream right now. Some lagging in the live stream from Trump. Looks like he's walking away. The stream is breaking up from their side. I'm not having any issues here.
So that concludes Trump remarks at the White House event. So, a reminder, at the top of the hour, Trump is to hold a press conference at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. It'll be with military as well. It looks like the same video is updated to that now. So, but we'll pop it out later on further down the line.
Not quite there, Brendan. We got a torch a little bit longer, bro. We've got like the 1 p.m. presser, and then we've got tomorrow. So we can just sit here and just suffer for like 2 days. And then yes, we can drop. Good question, Brendan. And just a note here that we barely, let me just check this. Looks like we got equal legs here, but I'm just watching this prior high here from 11 a.m. It's too close to call. It's like exactly equal legs. It's not really coughing up too much information here. Theoretically, we've gone high enough to make this count this as a 1, looking for a 2 right now. 3-4 can't guarantee, but you should get at least one more pump up here. Looks like we hit it enough to at least get the 1, 2, 3. I just don't know if we're gonna get the 4, 5 up, or we could get dragged into this, maybe even dumped back down over here. into this presser at 1. And not only that, but this presser could be late. So what you could see is like the move higher, or just the 1-2. And then they drag us back in again, maybe even go down into this presser. There's not a lot of not a lot to do here, just waiting on the Trump presser. My other fear here is that he's late. He's been blabbing already this morning, so getting him from, it's already 12:15. He's probably still out there on the White House lawn. So it's like, it's 1 o'clock become 2:30 plus phone calls to Iran, I guess. He did make some decent commentary in here. He said, which tends to make me, let me just read some of this to you here. He did peruse and blab a little bit. NATO should be ashamed. Iran ceasefire proposal significant but not good enough. That's Trump saying Iran rejects ceasefire. Trump on Iran deadline. It won't be moved again. That's very hardline-ish. Trump asked on how striking Iranian infrastructure would not be a war crime because they're animals. We haven't signed any ceasefire. Iran wants ceasefire because they're getting obliterated. I've given them chances and they haven't taken them. We'll see how they behave. We have the Witkoff and Kushner talking. VP Vance could be involved with an in-person meeting. Vance continues to talk to Pakistan intermediaries. This 1 p.m. thing could be a bunch of job owning. Positive. So that's where the squeeze would come from. You're going to get the, Vance is on his way over there. And it resets the timeline for another 48 hours. You got Iran wants ceasefire because they're getting obliterated. This is where the fuzzy bullshit comes in. Like, VP Vance could be involved in an in-person meeting. Vance continues to talk to Pakistan intermediaries. Trump on Iran. We got a regime changed. They are more moderate. So that's like you're like Iran saying there's no deal. Trump point blank here saying we're not negotiating with the people that are telling you there's no deal. Trump on Iran. We got a regime change. They are moderate. Iran rejects the ceasefire again. Wants permanent end to war as Trump ultimatum nears. I'm not worried about concerns regarding targeting a civilian infrastructure. A war crime is allowing Iran to have nuclear weapons. He ends his chat on the White House lawn again for 1 p.m. But he is introducing here like an out from the 48 hours already. 48 hours became 72 hours. Now the 48 hours is tomorrow at 8 p.m. theoretically. He's got a presser today, so you could pump markets today. Trump comes out, tells you J.D. Vance and team and Kushner and Witkoff are diligently working towards I'm trying to wrap this in my head here. Like my brain is like telling you this, and then the other side of my brain is going, well, if we're not negotiating with Iranian leaders, how do we get the ceasefire? I don't know how you get the ceasefire. Like the ceasefire, I would think at this point with what they're saying needs to be, if Trump point blank is telling you we're negotiating with regime change people. So if that's the case, that's not the official voice of Iran. So if Iran's saying we're not going to back down and the U.S. is saying we're going to get a ceasefire with a regime change group, what does that group say? That group goes up publicly and says we're going to do a regime change. That should create fighting, right? in Iran internally. Or the U.S. steps in with troops and a new regime, and it tries to facilitate a coup. Or on top of that, you're facilitating a coup, and you're also trying to remove unobtainium at the same time, as a ruse. So you have all of this stuff going on at the same time. You've got like the uranium, where we think the uranium is being hit. You get the regime. Even so, it's still volatility. It doesn't look like there's a way out here. It looks like more job owning here at 1. If I had to guess, that's what the conversation is going to be at 1:32 p.m. is Trump's likely going to come out and tell you negotiations are going well. It's a matter of an internal coup starting, basically. And if they don't get that coup started sooner than we want, we will resume carpet bombing until it does. So this could be ultimately a pretty decent presser. He's probably going to pump up Wickoff and Vance and Kushner, and the talks that he has going on, talks going well. Then he'll get a little hard line with we're not going to stop. We'll be there tomorrow, whatever. Resume carpet bombing. But at least the early job owning should be somewhat positive. That could hold this thesis up for a little bit. Try to get price higher. Well, I gotta look at something. Yeah, I'm looking at Tesla right now. It doesn't look too bad right now. They're just pounding pain right here. Like Tesla's showing like the same kind of a thing, right? Like you're like, yeah, it's showing the same like pop and drop on SPY, right? Like you grab the high to sell, you pull it down. Tesla's in the same holding pattern as the rest of the market, or in terms of like maybe you get one more low. pain down there. I think Tesla looks like it's just waiting for geopolitical risks to pass more than anything. Just in a holding zone. Let me look at it over here. You want to be paying close attention to you got like 328.22. But even then, even with a cup and handle in there, you're still looking at like the buyers are still at 280. They're still at 306. I don't see them being as doomish as they look. I mean, you can get down to 217. It's still bullish there, though. You still haven't erased the monthly candle yet either on from September. I'd still be looking to buy the dip down here at like 320, 390, something like that. They've been buying like aggressively in here. I mean, if I had to guess, that from what I can see, it looks like they're just in the hurt locker for the wrapping up the volatility present of the springtime. It's more like just be patient. Look at this in the week, the month. Yeah, it looks like it's just waiting for the sweep to get picked up down here. I'll be back here in just a minute. Wait for Trump's presser. Trying to grind higher. We're getting roped in here. Careful this last leg up here. I don't know if you'll get it. What I think will happen up here is you get the 1, the 2, and then the 3, and then you kind of like stall out in here waiting for this. Trying to catch this second high up here. Not even a second high, but the failure of that second high. So we got a couple of this nonsense in here. Being roped into the presser right now for Trump vol. This is the next target right here. Slightly higher.
Iran Supreme Leader Mujtaba Khamenei says assassinations and crimes won't disrupt Iranian armed forces. So that comes from a post on Telegram again. Iran Supreme Leader Mujtaba Khamenei says assassinations and crimes won't disrupt Iranian armed forces. So, reminder, 1 p.m. Eastern Time, we're expecting to hear from Trump, who's speaking with military leaders as well. According to Wall Street Journal, US is planning for potential strikes on Iran energy targets. So from the Wall Street Journal then, it says the US military is making preparations for potential strikes on energy targets in Iran, according to multiple US officials, as Trump ratchets up his demand for Tehran to open up the Strait of Hormuz. Military planners are pulling out existing list of potential targets to provide the president options if he decides to attack energy infrastructure. Trump has ramped up his threats to do just that in recent days, telling the Wall Street Journal on Sunday that he would destroy all of Iran's power plants if the regime doesn't agree to reopen the Strait of Hormuz by Tuesday evening. The article for the Wall Street Journal piece is out on the feed. Also, about 3 minutes ago, we're expected to hear from Trump with the US military. Again, the video is on the feed for you to watch.
Sorry about that. I was in a meeting. We were reviewing, we were chatting about backtesting software we have in development and option strat technology we're working on in the background because we think that they're so horrible. Let's get rid of this really quick. We'll maybe chat about that if we had more time, whatever. We have a Trump presser at 1 p.m. It's a full house right now. Can I hold on a second here? Can I show that YouTube center maybe? What are they yelling about? They're freaking out in there. This over here. It seems like it's very active at this presser. There was a slight sell over here based on news that the U.S. is considering strikes on energy infrastructure. We should expect this, of course. You already know that. You're going to expect squeezes and dumps like this as we move forward. The actual Trump presser I've got at 1:30. He's already late now, so we're playing Price is Right rules. Looks like they took a shot at it right here. Just remember that fake news, not the kind Trump talks about, just like fake headline shocks up or down. You should expect them between now and tomorrow. Dude, who's got the cackle going on? What? Who the fuck is cackling in there? Large crowd in here right now, too. A little bit of weakness heading in, waiting for Trump. Watch out for this. You got the two moves up. You got the 1 and the 2. 1, 2, and they trapped you in. No fifth wave. To be expected. And now we're just stalled in here, just waiting. So get rid of this one. Don't need it. Now inside of a sideways corrective territory in here. Got 1, 2, 3, and now 1, 2, 3, and now just parked in here. I'm not shocked at that at all. This down move here into this press conference. Maybe we can get some nice job owning, go higher once he arrives, and then we get the bad news tomorrow. There was a U.S. is planning potential strikes on Iran energy targets. We already know that, though. We'll just watch this in the background over here. Whole world seems to be watching this one. Yeah, fast forward this a little bit, turn the volume down. I'll turn this down until they arrive. Remember, you don't need to be a hero here. You don't need to be a hero on a squeeze higher. If anything, there are sellers waiting up there to sell. You are looking for the squeeze to happen in a clean back test. Wherever that clean back test is, we either institute new longs or we start selling down to the depths of hell. If we have not priced in this the rest of this doom here with Iran. See if we can clean up the picture here. I'm just in a holding pattern now. And just check QCOM here in the background. I got an alert for QCOM. Oh yeah, QCOM's coming down where I want to see it. QCOM target was hit, just a heads up to you. Looks like it's an old alert. Oops, I got another one. It's a gorgeous candle on QCOM being bought down there at 123. Let's go look at this really quick. Got a nice little target up there. 2 targets. This is interesting. This is right where the JPM collar is. And this upper blue line right here. Top of the collar.
Thank you very much.
There we go.
It's a great honor to be with you, and happy Easter. We had a great Easter. This is one of our better Easters, I think, in a lot of different ways. I can say militarily, it's been one of the best. So, good afternoon. We have quite a bit to discuss. We'll go into pretty good detail. And we have the people that are most involved. We'll give you exactitude. And we're here today to celebrate the success of one of the largest, most complex, most harrowing combat searches. I guess you would call it a search and rescue mission ever attempted by the military. Generally, when planes are knocked down in war, especially when you're fighting a strong group, an evil group, you can't really do this because you send in 200 men to pick up one, and it's something that's usually not attempted as much as you want to attempt. And bad things happen to that one or two. And in this case, we did two, and it might not have been attempted before, but we did. And we had great talent, but we got a little luck too, I would say. And we were helped by a lot of people, a lot of great people. And it was an honor to be involved with it. It's very historic. This is a rescue that's very historic. It'll go down in the books. Late Thursday night, an American F-15 fighter jet went down deep inside enemy territory in Iran while participating in Operation Epic Fury, where we're doing unbelievably well, well at a level that nobody's ever seen before. The entire country can be taken out in one night, and that night might be tomorrow night. Both members of the crew ejected from the aircraft and landed alive on Iranian soil. I immediately was asked to make a decision. I ordered the U.S. Armed Forces to do whatever was necessary to bring our brave warriors back home. A risky decision, because we could have ended up with 100 dead as opposed to 1 or 2. It's a hard decision to make. But in the United States military, we leave no American behind. We don't do it. Within hours, our armed forces deployed 21 military aircraft into hostile airspace. Many.
Oh, there goes Hedgeseth. Well, there you go, brother. There you go. There you go, Pete.
You bring rifles into play when you're going that low, but there are also certain advantages. And in broad daylight over Iran for 7 hours, at times facing very, very heavy enemy fire. We have a helicopter that's got a lot of bullets in it. It's amazing. We just realized how good those weapons are. Those our machines are. Nobody has the equipment that we have, and nobody has the military that we have. Not even close. We're the most powerful military anywhere in the world by far. The flight crews and warfighters aboard those aircraft took extraordinary risks to rescue their fellow service members. This first wave of search and rescue forces successfully located the pilot of the F-15, and he was extracted from enemy territory by an HH-60 Jolly Green II helicopter. Fabulous machine as our warriors faced gunfire at very close range. It's amazing that when you look at the machinery, what happened, that nobody was even injured. Meanwhile, the second crew member, a weapons system officer, highly respected colonel, had landed a significant distance away from the pilot. When you're going at those speeds, even if you go out 2 or 3 seconds later, it's miles and miles away because you're going fast. He was injured quite badly.
Come on down.
Teeming with terrorists from the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps rough group.
Oh, yeah.
Besieged militia and local authorities. Many, on top of everything else, they told the communities actually within inside of Iran, the people of Iran, they were given a tremendous incentive to find this pilot. Despite the peril, the officer followed his training and climbed into the treacherous mountain terrain and started climbing toward a higher altitude, something they were trained to do in order to evade capture. They want to always go as far away from the site of the shoot down. You want to go as far away because they all head right to that site. You want to be as far away as you can. And he was injured, and he was an amazing...
Come on down.
He scaled cliff faces, bleeding rather profusely, treated his own wounds, and contacted American forces to transmit his location. They have a very sophisticated beeper-type apparatus that is on them at all times. And when they go out on these missions, they make sure they have lots of battery space, and they're in good shape. And this one worked really well, amazingly, saved his life. We immediately mobilized a massive operation to retrieve him from the mountain holdout, and he kept going higher and higher. The mountain kept getting rougher and rougher, and really very, very hard to find. The second rescue mission involved 155 aircraft, including 4 bombers, 64 fighters, 48 refueling tankers, 13 rescue aircraft, and more. We were bringing them all over, and a lot of it was subterfuge.
I want to buy this one right here pretty badly. That tick, I didn't buy it, but I want to.
thousands of people were looking. So we wanted them to look in different areas. So we were scattered all over like we were right on top of them. We had 7 different locations where they thought, and they were very confused. They said, well, wait a minute, they've got groups here, they've got groups there. It's an amazing thing. I was listening to these great people, these great generals. General Raisin Kane was amazing, and Pete Hegseth was amazing. But I listened to the whole thing. It was pretty amazing. So they had all these different sites where everybody thought he was located. We think we have him over there because they have 9 planes circling a little area that's 25 miles down the coast. So in a breathtaking show of skill and precision, lethality and force, America's military descended on the area, the real area, engaged the enemy, rescued the stranded officer, destroyed all threats, and exited Iranian territory while taking no casualties of any kind. The heroic F-15 weapon system officer had evaded capture on the ground in Iran for almost 48 hours. That's a long time when you're in tough shape and when you're bleeding. It's a long time. When we left, as you probably know, we had 2 large planes, pretty old planes that carried a lot. We needed a lot more equipment going in than coming out, obviously, because going in, we needed to be able to scale mountains, and we had a lot of equipment. But the sand was sandy, wet sand, so we thought there may be a problem taking off because of the weight of the plane, and then we also had all the men jumping back onto the planes, and they got pretty well bogged down, and we had a contingency plan, which was unbelievable, where lighter, faster aircraft came.
I'm going to speed this up a little bit.
And they took them out. We blew up the old planes. We blew them up to smithereens because we had equipment on the planes that, frankly, we'd like to take, but I don't think it was worthwhile spending another 4 hours there taking it off. So we didn't want anybody to. We have the best equipment anywhere in the world. We didn't want
I guess that is pretty live. Okay.
anybody examining our anti-aircraft and other equipment. So these were large planes that were old and pretty old, and we blew them up. And we had faster, lighter planes come in, and they were able to land on the sand. We needed the bigger planes because we had so much equipment that we needed. We took 3 helicopters over there, which were very strongly used and couldn't have lived without them. They did, and they performed unbelievably well. And if you'd see it, you wouldn't believe it. They came off the plane.
Just looks like they're waiting for another shoe to drop over here.
The rotors.
I want to say that's bottom right there, but
These helicopters.
I think they're waiting for him to shit on markets to go higher.
It was one of the more amazing things.
Or shit on Iran.
Small, unbelievably powerful, but small, very small, so it can get into certain areas. And they got them off the plane, and they rebuilt.
And there's a fuck ton of people in there asking questions.
I would say less.
Or that are going to want to ask questions.
The genius of these people. Who would think that? You'd think it would take 5 days to build them. And in some companies, it would take 5 days, and they wouldn't do it well. But they served us well. As Commander-in-Chief, I never forget the extraordinary risk taken by the warriors that we send into battle. And the genius, I mean, think of it, having a contingency of 3 planes waiting because we think the sand is so bad that we probably won't be able to take off. And the planes really got bogged. The sand this was not much of a runway. This was a farm, not a runway. It's a farm, but it did the trick. But to have a contingency as opposed to having to wait 2 days, can you imagine right in the middle? This was central. This was right, you would call it central casting if you were doing a movie for location. And probably the toughest area of Iran where we'd be sitting there. So these planes came in, those pilots came in so fast and so quick and got out of there. Everybody got aboard and just got 15-minute intervals. 1 load out, 1 load out, 1 load out. It happened. And we were watching and we said, that's amazing. In many ways, I was almost more impressed by the contingency that we had than the fact that, if we would have had a runway or decent soil, but it was an amazing thing. But we thank God for every single one of them and the talent The genius is not even talent, it's genius. It's the whole ball game, every one of them. If you look at what we did with Maduro, we went into a military compound, a massive, with thousands and thousands of soldiers, and within a matter of minutes, and he lived behind iron doors. There were steel doors, broke them down so quickly, and within almost minutes, he was in the back of these planes. It was a similar group. Incredible. We have incredible.
It's not a similar group. Stop talking. You're giving away fucking
heaven and earth to bring
secret shit, man. Just stop talking.
home safely. I want to thank every member of the U.S. Armed Forces involved in these historic operations. They really were historic. It's just not something that's done. And you'd understand it.
It's almost like he's telling you we're going to try that again with Iran.
When you look at these helicopters, when you look at the amount of bullets and everything else that they took, when you go into these areas, you don't come out like we came out. God was watching us, I tell you. Well,
all right.
It was Easter. We were in Easter territory, I guess, but God was watching us. Amazing. Because when you look at the machinery, they took damage. It tells you, first thing I said is, these are unbelievable machines, how they flew back and not even much of a problem. But these two extraordinary rescues, because it was two, and as you probably know, we didn't talk about the first one for an hour. Then somebody leaked something, which we'll hopefully find that leaker. We're looking very hard to find that leaker. And talked about there's somebody missing. They basically said that we have one and there's somebody missing. Well, they didn't know there was somebody missing until this leaker gave the information. So whoever it was, we think we'll be able to find it out because we're going to go to the media company that released it, and we're going to say, national security, give it up or go to jail. And we know who, and you know who we're talking about, because some things you can't do. Because when they did that, all of a sudden, the entire country of Iran knew that there was a pilot that was somewhere on their land that was fighting for his life. And it also made it much more difficult for the pilots and for the people going in to search for him. All of a sudden.
Yeah, I wonder where that leak came from, bro.
They know that there's somebody out there. They see all these planes coming in. It became a much more difficult operation because a leaker leaked that we have one, we've rescued one, but there's another one out there that we're trying to get. So actually, the country, Iran, put out a major notice, you all saw it, offering a very big award for anybody that captures the pilot. So in addition to a hostile, very talented, very good, very evil military, we had millions of people trying to get an award. So when you add that to it, but we have to find that leaker because that's a sick person. Probably didn't realize the extent of how bad it was. I can't imagine that the person did, but we're going to find out. It's national security, and the person that did the story will go to jail if he doesn't say, and that doesn't last long, and I think everybody would understand it.
This is interesting. 660 Cs or 20 cents.
Hundreds of people that went in looking for him because everyone now knows that we're going in.
Dealers saying they don't believe we're going over 660.
More than 10,000 combat flights over Iran, unheard of, striking more than 13,000 targets. The F-15 we lost last week was the first manned aircraft downed by the enemy in this entire operation with thousands and thousands of flights. They got lucky. It was a lucky hit. You know, eventually you get lucky. But we got lucky too because we got both of them back. But it's a record that is unparalleled in the history of military air operations. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. It's such an honor to be involved with it. We were up late at night, and then we were waiting for those contingent planes to come in, and we say, come on, let's go, get in, because they're waiting out on this farm without a runway, with wet, crummy soil, sand, mostly sand, wet sand, and it eats planes alive, and we're waiting, and we're saying, I hope that one can land and take off. And they came in like magic, boom, 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 one after another. It was like genius. I'm so impressed by that. because we were a little concerned. We said, boy, if they don't get in and get up fast, we're sitting in them. And that's called Iran Prime, right, General? That's where the whole bet is. And here we are sitting there waiting for a plane. But they came in so fast and so hard, and these guys knew exactly what to do. Let's go, come on, get in, let's go. Bwah. They came one right after another, not at the same time. They don't want to come at the same time. They had to come right after each other. They didn't have any room. There was barely any room to land. Tiny little patch of very wet earth and sand. So I'm so proud of the people that I have standing up here with me and many others that worked. I mean, so many. Steve Witkoff's over here. He's doing fantastically. Jared Kushner. But the people that are here, the job they did is amazing. And I think I'm going to introduce the head of the CIA, and he is a man he's central casting, okay?
This is interesting.
He's going to play the head of the CIA. He's one of the few. John Ratcliffe,
I'm not expecting this.
Phenomenal job that night. He did something that I don't know if you want to talk about it. If you want, you can. I'm not sure he's supposed to. I'm not going to talk about it, but
yeah, why do you have him up there? You're wrong guy. Why are you putting him on the fucking? You should say hi, bye. That's it.
The general was talking about. It's like finding a needle in a haystack. Finding this pilot, and the CIA was unbelievable. And you may, if you can, you'll talk. It might be classified, in which case I have to put him in jail if he talks about it. And I don't want to put him in jail.
There's like someone in the back going, no.
Thank you.
No.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's a privilege to be here with you today to share what we can about this exceptional mission and to recognize the ingenuity and bravery of those who executed it, as well as the leadership and resolve of the president who ordered it. One thing that has been clear to me in this role is that the flawless military operations that the Department of War is known for are hostage to flawless intelligence. We saw that in the skies over Iran in Operation Midnight Hammer last summer. We witnessed it in Venezuela during Operation Absolute Resolve. We've seen it against the cartels in the Western Hemisphere, and we're seeing it every day in Operation Epic Fury, including this mission to rescue an aviator buried deep behind enemy lines. Because it is the unique tradition of the U.S. Armed Forces that we leave no man or woman behind, this was a no-fail mission. That was the spirit in which the President put us to work, and we were determined not to let him down or our airmen down. As an agency, the CIA possesses unique capabilities that only the President can deploy. Some of these capabilities fall under covert action authorities. And because covert means exactly that, I'm not going to be able to tell you everything that you want to know. At the President's direction, we deployed both human assets and exquisite technologies that no other intelligence service in the world possesses to a daunting challenge, comparable to hunting for a single grain of sand in the middle of a desert. This was also a race against the clock.
First thing I'm thinking is we're going to remove the people in the top of the regime to the left with this guy.
While at the same time,
we will find you.
Misdirected. For that reason, in addition to the human and technical assets deployed by the President to find our airmen, CIA executed a deception campaign to confuse the Iranians who were desperately hunting for our airmen. On Saturday morning, we achieved our primary objective by finding and providing confirmation that one of America's best and bravest was alive and concealed in a mountain crevice, still invisible to the enemy, but not to the CIA. That confirmation was relayed by Secretary Hegseth to the President, and the operation quickly moved to the execution phase. Following the successful exfiltration on Saturday night, our intelligence reflects that the Iranians were embarrassed and ultimately humiliated by the success of this audacious rescue mission. When the President asked me to lead the CIA, he made it clear, get back to basics, no politics, no agendas. Tackle the hardest problems and execute the toughest missions. This president is about results. And now, that's what his CIA is about too. The professionals at the agency and at the Department of War deserve immense credit for their flawless execution during this daring mission. Their skill, creativity, and courage are unmatched on the battlefield wherever they step. But none of that matters, and all of that is wasted without a president with the political courage to put them into action. Mr. President, I've had the privilege of seeing you act with political courage in the best interest of the United States up close on a daily basis, and I'm grateful that this successful mission has given the American people a window into that as well. The Secretary and Chairman will tell you that our service members' confidence is boosted by a Commander-in-Chief who has their back the same way they have yours. And I know that the confidence of CIA's officers is boosted by the knowledge that their work is informing a president who's not afraid to make the hardest decisions when the stakes are highest. And to the American people, your confidence should be boosted by knowing that the security of the nation is in the hands of a president who's willing to take on problems that have confounded both sides of the political aisle for nearly half a century. It is an honor to serve under a leader who just proved that you can believe him when he says, no matter what, we will leave no one behind. We will come for you. Thank you.
Thank you,
Well, John, thank you for the collaboration of the CIA as well. Incredible and ongoing partnership. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow Americans, and especially the brave warriors in our armed forces, over this Easter weekend, the United States military has once again proved why we possess the greatest fighting force the world has ever known. In two extraordinary combat search and rescue operations deep inside enemy territory in Iran, our warriors executed missions of breathtaking skill, courage, and precision. When our warriors are unleashed, as this president has allowed them to be, they are unstoppable. When American airmen were down behind enemy lines, our forces and our president did not hesitate. Special operators supported by elite air crews and intelligence professionals moved swiftly and decisively into treacherous mountain terrain under the constant threat of Iranian forces closing in. Ultimately, it was an impotent Iranian threat. And today, as the CIA director mentioned, Iran's military, and we know this, is embarrassed and humiliated, and they should be. Now, these are not routine operations. They were high-risk, high-stakes missions conducted in the heart of enemy territory. This was not just barely into Iran, this was deep into Iran, involving coordinated strikes to suppress threats, deception tactics to protect our teams, and full synchronization across air, ground, and special operations. The Iranians are still asking themselves right now, how did the Americans do this? One downed airman evaded capture for more than a day, scaling rugged ridges while hunted by the enemy. When he was finally able to activate his emergency transponder, his first message was simple, and it was powerful. He sent a message, God is good. In that moment of isolation and danger, his faith and fighting spirit shone through. You see, shot down on a Friday, Good Friday, hidden in a cave, a crevice, all of Saturday, and rescued on Sunday. Flown out of Iran as the sun was rising on Easter Sunday.
Ooh.
Pilot reborn, all home and accounted for.
Some squeezing going on.
Rejoicing. God is good. Despite incoming fire and unforgiving conditions, our troops brought every American home. No American lives were lost. We leave no man behind, and that is not luck. It's the result of unmatched training, superior technology, an unbreakable warrior ethos, and sheer American grit. Our special operators, pilots, and support crews performed with near perfection under fire. and they were lethal. Just ask any Iranian soldier who dared attempt to get anywhere near that pilot before or during that mission. Death from above. Our troops turned a potential tragedy into a resounding demonstration of American resolve and capability. That's what excellence in uniform looks like. But make no mistake about it, none of this would have been possible without the courageous leadership and ironclad determination of President Donald J. Trump. From the moment our airmen went down, President Trump made it clear we will leave no one behind. The first mission, the first of two, was an audacious daylight thunder run right up the middle. It was authorized in less than 2 hours from that pilot going down when we knew where he was. And it was authorized in the middle of the night, because anybody that's worked for this man knows he's up in the middle of the night. Authorized immediately, without hesitation, audaciously. The second mission, as soon as we knew where that pilot was, and John was certainly helpful in that, also executed immediately. You know, I looked up at my screen when the final mission was complete inside our SCIF, our secure facility. And we have a running VTC, a running coordination cell. And the top of it read 45 hours and 56 minutes. For 45 hours and 56 minutes, we held that call open for coordination. From the moment our pilots went down, our mission was unblinking. The call never dropped, the meeting never stopped, the planning never ceased. The president demanded rapid, decisive action. He backed our military with the full weight of his resolve, refusing to let enemy propaganda or tactical setbacks deter us. His leadership ensured that every lethal and non-lethal resource was brought to bear, that our forces had the authorities and the support they needed to succeed. When the president says he has the backs of our warfighters, he means it. And it means a great deal, and it's a big difference on the battlefield. President Trump understands that peace through strength is not a slogan. It is a doctrine that saves American lives. His unwavering commitment to rebuilding our military and restoring the warrior spirit has paid dividends in missions just like this one. Under his command, America projects power with confidence and brings our people home with victory. And that continues today, by the way. Per the president's direction, today will be the largest volume of strikes since day one of this operation. Tomorrow, even more than today. And then Iran has a choice. Choose wisely, because this president does not play around. You can ask Soleimani, you can ask Maduro, you can ask Khomeini. To those heroes who planned and executed these rescues, your nation stands in awe. I stand in awe. The chairman stands in awe. We all stand in awe of your professionalism and bravery. We serve for you. You embody the very best of America. To the rescued airmen and their families, welcome home. Your courage and endurance, the quiet declaration of faith amid the storm, inspires us all. God is good every day. And to our adversaries watching from Tehran, let this be a clear message. The United States military will go anywhere, at any time, to protect our own and complete the mission. We execute with precision. We control the skies. You see, we flew for 7 hours in daylight over Iran to get the first pilot. And we flew 7 hours in the middle of the night to get the second. And Iran did nothing about it. We fight with honor, and under President Trump's leadership, we win. So God bless our troops. God bless President Trump.
I'm watching this here close. There's a little bit of cell pressure here.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. A note before I start, I know many of you want specific details in these briefings. We will share what we can, but I will retain what I must in the event that we have to go do this again sometime. And I cannot stress the importance, as the President said, around operational security. The Secretary and I will do a more detailed briefing tomorrow morning, and we look forward to sharing the details that we can. On Thursday, 2 April at 10:10 p.m. Eastern Time, 4:40 in the morning, local Iran time, the Joint Personnel Recovery Center, which handles the Central Command area of responsibility, declared an isolated personnel recovery event for a U.S. Air Force F-15E Strike Eagle, call sign Dude 44, which was down in hostile Iranian territory. The pilot and weapons system officer had both safely ejected and were isolated behind enemy lines. Following confirmation of active rescue beacons and on the direction of the Secretary and by order of the President, a rescue operation was launched with the stated purpose of bringing both Americans home safely. As the Secretary said, several hours later on the morning after positively locating the front seater, call sign Dude 44 Alpha, and aware of an aggressive ongoing search by the enemy, a U.S. Central Command plan was approved by the Secretary and the President. Shortly thereafter, a U.S. Air Force Combat Search and Rescue Task Force, comprised of A-10 Warthogs in their Sandy role, and I'll describe what that is in a minute, HC-130 Combat King IIs, HH-60 Jolly Green II helicopters, and Air Force Special Warfare Airmen, a package comprised of combat rescue officers and pararescueman operators, audaciously penetrated enemy territory in broad daylight to find, fix, and recover Dude 44 Alpha from behind enemy lines. This was an incredibly dangerous mission, an incredibly dangerous undertaking, but a filled promise made to every American warfighter that you will not be left behind. We will always come find you, and we will always bring you home. Over the next hours, the Search and Rescue Task Force crossed the beach, entered into Iranian airspace, protected by a fighter strike package, and moved into the objective area, all under fire. En route, as some of you have seen on social media, the helicopters took gas off the C-130s and pressed onward and forward up into the objective area. While this was ongoing and out in front of them, the Sandy flight of A-10s and other remotely piloted aircraft, drones, and other tactical aircraft were violently suppressing and engaging the enemy in a close-in gunfight to keep them away from the front seater and allow the pickup force to get into the objective area. During this engagement, one of the Sandy aircraft, the one primarily responsible for communicating with the downed pilot, was hit by enemy fire. This pilot continued to fight, continued the mission, and then upon exit, flew his aircraft into another country and determined that the airplane was not landable. This was one of our A-10 Sandy aircraft. The pilot then made the decision to eject over friendly territory and was quickly and safely recovered and is doing fine. After picking up Dude 44 Alpha, the HH-60 Jolly Green fight was engaged by every single person in Iran who had a small arms weapon. And one of the aircraft, the trailing aircraft, took several hits. The crew sustained minor injury, and they are going to be fine. A note for those of you that do not know what a Sandy does. Named after the flight call sign that did this very mission in Vietnam, flying A-1 Sky Raiders and A-7 Corsairs, a Sandy has one mission: get to the survivor, bring the rescue force forward, and put themselves between that survivor on the ground and the enemy. They are committed to this. This is what they live for, and this is what they've trained for over many, many years. The A-10 force and the rescue force did a fantastic job rescuing Dude 44 Alpha. He was recovered Friday afternoon. As I said, and the nation needs to know this, this was an incredibly brave and courageous mission, and a testament to the courage, skill, and tenacity of the joint force and our leaders. And especially a daylight option, having the guts to try, means so much to so many. Meanwhile, the backseater, as the President and the Secretary have said, had continued to work and survive. Through the hours of daylight, Dude 44 Bravo, the backseater, evaded, using every means available, the efforts of the United States military, the Central Intelligence Agency, and others were attempting to find and locate with precision Dude 44 Bravo, the backseater. A note on the backseater and the front seater. The single most important contributor to a successful rescue operation is the spirit of attack inside the heart of that downed aviator. Their will to survive, their will to evade, their will to recover is everything. In this case, the backseater's absolute commitment to surviving made much of our efforts possible. On Saturday, 4 April, after establishing positive communications with the backseater, we learned, as the President said, that he was injured and actively evading enemy forces. And thanks to our interagency partners, we were able to get eyes on his location and positively ID him. Throughout this entire time, the enemy force continued to search for 44 Bravo, and the joint force continued to strike them over and over and over again. Fighting off marginal weather in Iran and the enemy's search for a second time on Saturday, at the recommendation of the CENTCOM commander and at the approval of the Secretary and the President, we launched a rescue task force to recover Dude 44 Bravo. Again, this came to the President and the Secretary for approval, this time with a much larger force package based on the time that the enemy had to prepare to find 44 Bravo. Again, this force was protected by A-10 Warthogs using the Sandy call sign. And this force had one single mission: do everything they can to bring an American home. This meant having a plan, being prepared to execute that plan, and, more importantly, being prepared for multiple, simultaneous contingencies. And because of this force's professionalism, grit, and determination, fight off two enemies at the same time: the enemy searching for 44 Bravo and contingencies, which anyone who has done these types of missions knows we run into every single time. The force fought off both of those enemies incredibly well. During the period of darkness on Saturday, and as the Secretary said, into Easter Sunday and into the daylight, the force fought its way in and rescued Dude 44 Bravo. They were protected overhead by an air armada, including tactical drones, strike aircraft, and others. The force fought through multiple simultaneous contingencies, something no other nation, no other military can do, and safely returned Dude 44 Bravo, the backseater, home, and all other Americans home as well. At midnight 12 local Eastern time, Easter Sunday, more than 50 hours after the start of this operation, the Joint Personnel Recovery Center declared Dude 44 Bravo, both the front and backseater, returned to friendly territory. The courage demonstrated by both the pilot and the weapons system officer while isolated and them invading the enemy cannot be overstated. Their grit and warfighting tenacity is a direct result of the absolute trust they have in our rescue forces, their training, and their will to survive and return. They always knew that we would be ordered to go get them, and they always knew that we would be coming to get them. These two operations reflect our nation's most sacred obligation to our military service members. We leave no one behind, bless you. It also perfectly captures the first truth of our special operations forces, that people are more important than hardware. That is the standard we live by, and the rescue forces that execute these missions operate under a clear motto: these things we do that others may live. Their actions were a direct embodiment of that commitment to others, and I could not be more proud of each and every one of them today. As the Secretary said to our enemies, this operation serves as a clear reminder of the capability and will of America's joint force. The United States of America will recover our warfighters anywhere in the world, under any conditions, when we want to. We will always bring overwhelming skill and firepower. To every member of the Joint Force, our interagency partners, the leadership at CENTCOM, and our leaders at the department and above, thank you. I'm proud of each and every one of you and thankful to our deployed forces and their families. And lastly, and most importantly, to Dude 44, welcome home. Job well done. Thank you.
See if this continues to have any legs or not. Just watching this one right here. Watch this.
Day one, they've been perfecto. I got to know.
Slammed it down, tried it again.
In my first term.
Just trying to see if we can hold this up here, down there. Big W.
To me by other much lesser generals. I said,
cup and handle.
Do this again. That's going to be the head of my joint.
You don't want him to run out of steam in here or else we'll get sucked back down in here.
Amazing. He took out ISIS. We defeated ISIS in 4 weeks. I was told it would take 4 years. I flew to Iraq to find out.
Don't want to see is the leg here, and then this leg fails because they stop talking, then we start dumping into the end of the day.
4 weeks and you have time left over, and that's exactly what happened. So he's great. And Pete, all I can say is that he was treated very unfairly. And now those same people that treated him unfairly, that fought against him, they called me up saying, what a great choice he was. They said, well, what happened during his nomination? What happened to you? I'm telling you, people that were not for him, senators, friends of mine, sir, I don't think you're doing the right thing.
He's trying to do damage control. He's under, Pete is about to be fired.
Fantastic. And John Ratcliffe was incredible. It was actually their genius that called us from, he was 40 miles away. And he said, we're seeing something moving up in the mountain. This is at night. And they kept the camera on him for 45 minutes. He wasn't moving. And they said, probably wrong, but we're seeing something moving. This is a vast mountain, vast, thick, with bushes, trees. He said, we see something moving 40 miles away. It was the head of a human being. I'm telling you, it's moving. And then all of a sudden, 45 minutes later, he moved a lot. He stood up. And they said, we have him. And that was really the beginning of something incredible. We had an idea where he was, but not specifically. And it's a big mountain. So I want to thank the CIA, too. I don't think they get enough credit for the great job they've done. Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for this great opportunity. Country, it has super army. You make a difference, Mr. President. Thank you for your greatest leadership.
Thank you.
I have 2 quick questions, Mr. President. What was your reaction when you learned that Kurdistan region had resumed exporting oil to the international market with your support as United States of America?
Well, I expected that. We've gotten along with the Kurds for a long time, so I expected that.
Another question, what would be your reaction if the Iranian people rise up against their regime during a ceasefire, Mr. President?
Well, they should do it, but again, the consequences are great. I mean, they were told, if you protest, you will be shot immediately. You saw what happened to the young wrestler. He was a great champion, by the way. He was a great wrestler, one of the top in the world. And he and his 2 friends were hung. And all they did was say a little bit about liberty. They wanted liberty, and they were violently executed. But the number is up to probably 45,000 people were killed. So, when somebody stays in a house, when they know if they walk out of the house to protest, they'll be immediately shot and killed. And they issued that, that was publicly issued. It's not a secret. That's why so many people say, oh, well, why are you doing this way? We can't let Iran have a nuclear weapon. We got regime change, we do. We're dealing with a much different regime than before. We're dealing with different people. They're smarter. I think they're sharper and far less radical. We have regime change, but we didn't do this for regime change. We did it for the fact, and my view was very simple. I saw somebody said, oh, he doesn't have a plan. I have the best plan of all, but I'm not going to tell you what my plan is. They want me to say Here's my plan. We're going to attack at 9:47 in the morning, and then we're going to do...
We don't. No one's asking that, bro. We're asking for signposts over like fucking 6 months or a year. Fuck out of here with that noise.
It's very unfair to say... We don't
No one gives a fuck about your what you're doing at 7 a.m.
by the fake news, but you can't...
Ain't nobody buying that horse shit.
You just saw two great, and John Ratcliffe, three unbelievable people.
Tell them what you're really doing. Say, we're running this through AI, and AI tells us not to say anything. Just tell them the truth.
I can't reveal the plan to the media. So
You don't even need to fucking reveal a plan.
the success of this operation.
Just have like an outline.
You said Iranians would be mad if you stopped these attacks, but why would they want you to blow up their infrastructure, to cut off their power? Wouldn't that be punishing Iranians for the actions of the regime?
They would be willing to, they would be willing, and it's suffering, they would be willing to suffer that in order to have freedom. The Iranians have, and we've had numerous intercepts. Please keep bombing. Bombs that are dropping near their homes. Please keep bombing.
All right.
Do it. And these are people that are living where the bombs are exploding. And when we leave...
I'm with the idea that the Iranian people want us there, but I don't think they're asking for bombs dropped in their head either.
These are the people. I don't know what they do. All I can...
Drop it on my house over here. I want freedom.
World that you know nothing about. It's a violent, horrible world where if you protest, you are shot. Remember the great woman protests where they had 400,000...
He's making a case right now.
And they were going to protest, and everybody said, oh, the regime's going to come to an end. And then all of a sudden...
He's pleading his case right now.
5, 6 different areas. A woman would go down right between the eyes. They had snipers. They had 5 snipers. That's all it took. And those 400,000 or 500,000 women said, oh, my God, what's that? Oh, look over there. What's that? A woman shot right between the eyes.
Well, the worst part is too is when you're asking for those things, it just introduces more bullshit. It's like we just want signposts, bro. We just want like 1 month, 3 months, 6 months. How long we're gonna be there? Boots in the ground, not boots in the ground. I think you can say that to Iran.
They've lived so horribly.
This is your deadline. Stick to the deadline.
If you go back 25 years ago or so.
They don't hit the deadline. Now you can do whatever you want in the time that you choose. You don't have to tell the rest of us. We're all aware.
Originally, I know so many people from Iran. They're incredible people, incredible energy, and very, very brilliant people. But when you're standing in a group and protesting, and you have a woman, in the case of a woman, remember the Great Woman March. Everybody was saying, "Oh, this is the end of the country," and then snipers selectively picked. Every single one was shot right between the eyes from a long distance. They were on top of buildings. Nobody even knew where they were, where they're coming from. This wasn't like a machine gun, which is also very bad. They've done that too. They did that recently. This was snipers sitting.
I think we're going into the rambling on phase now.
And hitting women. And when they see people go down, and all of a sudden there's a riot in the reverse direction, and they never came out again. And a lot of the news doesn't talk about that. They talk about, oh, women's rights. You want to see women's rights? You're not going to see it there. It's amazing when I see some of the stupid people like, AOC plus 3, all that group. They talk about, oh, freedom for Iran. They don't tell you the real facts. Women, men, gays. How about gays for Iran? They kill the gays. They throw them off buildings. So I wonder what's going on. I can only say this. They want us to keep bombing, even if it jeopardizes, because they're...
Just want to take that line out so you can see where we are.
freedom for Iran, but it's very hard for them to protest. I actually tell them, I said, don't go out. I fully understand. Nobody in this room would go out. I don't think there's any, because frankly, it's not a question of bravery. We're all brave, right? You're brave, I'm brave, we're all brave. But we're also intelligent. If you have people shooting at you, expert shots with the best rifles you can get, and hitting...
You can see this.
...every single time. And you're looking here, and you're seeing, and you're looking here. You're out of there. I don't care who it is. Please.
Mark Meredith, Fox News.
I know that.
Oh, thank you.
How would I know that? Go ahead.
America's watching. No.
Good job.
Can we go back to the weekend? First off, was everyone on board with the operation, or were there people that were trying to talk you out of going through with the operation this weekend?
Not everybody was on board.
Somebody else within
No,
your-
there was military people, very professional, that preferred not doing it. These two were totally on board, which was very important. If they weren't, it would have had a little difficulty. But
Coming in at 2 o'clock right now.
people that said you just don't do this. You don't go into the heart of a very powerful military. You know, this is, hey, you have countries and countries. You have some countries where military is not their strong suit. This whole thing is militarized like nobody's ever seen before. Half the people are wearing uniforms. We had people within the military. Usually it's not done. That's one of the reasons. You know, I was surprised. Somebody said it's the only time it's ever been done. I said, that's not possible. But it is possible because you're going into hundreds of thousands of soldiers along the path. I mean, look at some of the helicopters, how they got hit. So, yeah, there were people within the military that said it's a wise. And don't forget, how many men did you send altogether, approximately, for the operation?
Does he not know that we can watch the videos of the guys in cop cars shooting in the sky? Does he not think that?
It's a secret, but it was hundreds and hundreds of these people. That's pretty good. Is he central casting? But hundreds of people went into this journey. Hundreds of people could have been killed. Forget about the equipment. A lot of equipment. Nobody cares. Hundreds of people could have been killed. So we had people that were within the military that said this is not a wise, and I understood that, but I decided to do it.
Was there a point that they were going to, that you were thinking, there's too much on the line, and somebody was saying, maybe we abort this now and wait? I mean, given the resource, like the general said, it seemed like there was so much on the line here. You must have been thinking,
Well,
this could have completely changed.
So
the
first one, which was in many ways as dangerous as the second, I guess it gets, because we're flying over daylight. You know, we're the best at the world at night. We have goggles that nobody. We have goggles. I've tried them. They're unbelievable. I see better with the goggles at night than I see without them during daylight. I mean, daylight today, we have a beautiful day. You see just as well with goggles. In many ways, it's enhanced. So we have the best in the world. So it's much safer for us to do it at night. Whereas other people, no other country has that capability. They don't have that particular piece of equipment like we do. But when I was told flying and in daylight, I think we flew 7 hours over Iran, and that's a long time, over unbelievably hostile territory where they have nothing but weapons. We took out their anti-aircraft, which is great. We took out their radar, which is great. We took out a lot, but they still have, you know, what hit this one was a handheld shoulder missile, heat-seeking missile. So it's not like, you know, they're totally whatever. And they had probably a little luck, because you got to get lucky. But they shot it, and it got sucked in right by the engine. But these guys were out of there. They were great. Their timing was great. But no, I was told that this is a very dangerous mission. I understand. They didn't say it's a foolish mission. They said, you know, we're going to be sacrificing hundreds of people do this. This is, I mean, you have tankers that are flying over this area so that because the flight was so long, they had to refuel. It's a very dangerous mission. I just felt it was worth it. If you would have told me that we would have been successful, gotten both, and nobody was even essentially injured, I would have said that would be impossible. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
We'll come back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Given that you are now dealing, you say, with a more reasonable, less extreme leadership in Iran, what does that mean for the protesters, for the human rights movement in that country after this conflict?
Well, I
What's
think
your
positive.
expectation?
Yeah, if they assume control, if we do something and they assume control, I think it's very positive, a big step. I don't think you'd see the radicalization that you have seen in the last. Look what happened. I mean, women are being executed because they're not properly clothed, they say. They're not properly clothed, and they execute the women. They shoot them right on the street. No, you have a much different group of people. Now, I'm not saying we are dealing with them. Essentially, they have till 8 o'clock tomorrow night, Eastern time. But
here we go.
I think it's going well. Mr. Witkoff is here, and JD's involved in the dealing. Mr. Witkoff is sitting right here, and I think it's going fine.
Say it.
You have to understand, we've been dealing with these people for 47 years. I'm standing here with a much more powerful Iran as of a month ago, not anymore. Right now, they are.
Oh, here we go.
Christ. Much more powerful Iran than it was at any point during 47 years. This should have been handled.
Where am I at? Is it the most powerful or the most beaten or the where did I say just then?
Every one of them to their friends. We should have done this a long time.
Did I say they were more powerful and I beat them down more than the Democrats did? And no, wait a minute. They're the strongest now. I got to be there to beat them up.
If I didn't terminate the Barack Hussein Obama Iran nuclear deal,
God.
They would have had a, don't forget, that was a path to a nuclear weapon. Remember this. He chose Iran over Israel, pure and simple. How Israel can vote for a Democrat is if you're Jewish in New York City or any place else in this country, and how you can vote for a Democrat is unbelievable because he chose Iran, a very hostile Iran. Remember when he filled up a 757 with cash, billions of dollars of cash, and he sent it over to them. Then they gave them tens of billions of dollars. He chose Iran over Israel and really the Arab world, if you look, because, you know, the other, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, I mean, you take a look. I mean, I can add Kuwait and I can add Bahrain, and you can add others.
I'm trying to think of who this conversation is geared towards.
Such an unlikely nobody could believe it. Frankly, if you're going to choose between Iraq and Iran, he should have chosen.
He's arguing with bots on Reddit or something.
He went in the exact opposite direction of all thinking, and he made a terrible mistake. But that was a road to a nuclear weapon. And when I terminated that, everyone said, "Oh, he terminated it." It was one of the
like someone thinks he's losing the public's support.
It was a very short-term deal. You know, countries don't do 10-year deals. Countries do hundreds of years. You don't do a 10-year deal. For a country, you need. This isn't. You're a landlord and you're renting a store on a certain street, and you give somebody a 5-year or a 10-year lease. This is a country. It was a short-term deal. It was ready to expire. I terminated it before it expired. Took a lot of heat, and it was one of the best things I ever did because he would have had a nuclear weapon. Then he would have had another nuclear weapon, had those beautiful B-2 bombers not gone in 8 months ago, and obliterated that site. And by the way, the word is obliteration. CNN said, well, maybe it wasn't complete. It was so complete that they still haven't been able to get it. It was obliteration. But if we didn't hit them, that was a courageous decision, too, because we had all those planes flying in at night with very little cover, unbelievable stealth planes, and they were able to do their job. If we didn't do that, Iran would have had a nuclear weapon at a high level, either one of those two instances. And if they did, in my opinion, I told this to Bibi Netanyahu yesterday, Israel would have been extinguished. Large portions of the Middle East would have been extinguished, whether it's Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, or others. And you saw that with thousands of missiles raining down upon them. They didn't think they were going to be hit. They thought they'd be watching us fight. And all of a sudden, UAE got hit by 1,500 missiles. He would have taken them out also. And they were powerful. If I didn't come along and terminate the Obama deal, which was terrible, the Iran nuclear deal was a road to a nuclear weapon, a big one, unlimited, legally. I terminated it without even much thought. It was so easy. I terminated that, and then the B-2 bombers. And I did one other thing. I had killed Qasem Soleimani, who was an evil genius. And the reason I did it, I heard he was going to knock out 5 of our military bases. And had he lived, I believe we would be fighting perhaps a different Iran right now, because he's never been replaced, you know. And I did one other, but this one was not picked up. Osama bin Laden. If you read my book, I said you got to take him out 1 year before the World Trade Center came down. So I wish you'd read the book. But you, as a president, to be a good president, I believe you have to have good instincts, and a lot of this is instinct.
Mr.
Yeah, go ahead,
President,
please.
last week you suggested that Europe should take the lead on reopening the Strait of Hormuz. Has circumstances changed now that you're issuing a direct 48-hour ultimatum?
Here we go.
Would a new ceasefire include Israel, or would it just be between Iran
I can't
and
talk
the
about
US?
ceasefire, but I can tell you that we have
Can't talk about ceasefire.
active, willing participant on the other side. They would like to be able to make a deal. I can't say any more than that. But
Oh God. My eyes are bleeding. You sit here like this and like this and then like this.
My name is Diakur. I'm with the largest Kurdish media outlet, Ruda Media Network. It's based in Iran.
Go ahead.
Mr. President, you said before that you don't want the Kurdish forces to enter Iran and be harmed. Do you still want them to stay away? Or what role do you expect them to play now?
I'd rather have them stay away.
And then,
I'd rather have them stay away because I think they bring with them some problems and some difficulties.
But you didn't want them to stay away? Now you want them to stay away? You're mad that they took the weapons? Oh, what? Fucking petty.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the question. Deliberate attacks on civilian infrastructure violate the Geneva Conventions and
Who you
international
with?
law.
Who you with?
I'm with the New York Times. Zolan from the New York Times. Are you
The failing.
Are you concerned?
Circulation way down at the New York Times.
Are you concerned that your threat to bomb power plants and bridges amount to
No,
war
not at
crimes?
all. No, I'm not. I hope I don't have to do it. But again, I just said 47 years they've been negotiating with these people. They're great negotiators, and because they're not going to have a nuclear weapon. And if somebody that takes my place someday is weak and ineffective, which possibly that will happen because we had numerous presidents that were weak, ineffective, and afraid of Iran, we're never going to let Iran have a nuclear weapon. And if you think it's okay for
Nobody thinks that, dude. Stop.
tough, smart, and sick, really sick, from a policy standpoint, from a any which way you want to say, mentally, these are disturbed people. If you think I'm going to allow them, and powerful and rich, to have a nuclear weapon, you can tell your friends at the New York Times, not going to happen.
The New York Times wants nuclear weapons in Iran.
You no longer have credibility at the New York Times because the New York Times said,
God.
Trump won't win the election, and I won in a landslide. I won every swing state. New York Times said, "Oh,
You're the worst. You and Kamala were the worst returners since the fucking 50s, bro. Come on.
all the news that's fit to print." The old gray lady, it was great, but they're running on past fumes, and you can't.
You had one of the most dejected voting blocks everybody did.
And people like you, who I know, are fake. You're
One of the worst turnouts in history. Literally.
Moved from the war is coming to an end to war going to be bombing Iran to the Stone Ages. And we
I hate watching these things because I gotta go through all of it.
so which is it? Are you winding this
Can't
down
tell
or
you.
are you escalating
I can't tell
it?
you. I don't know. I can't tell. Depends what they do. This is a critical period. They have a period of, till tomorrow at 8 o'clock.
Okay.
I gave them an extension. They asked for an extension of 7 days, right? I said, Steve, give them 10 days.
10 days today, though, bro. 10 days today at 8 p.m.
I guess indirectly. I thought it was inappropriate the day after Easter. I want to be a nice person.
Okay. The day after Easter is inappropriate. Extra day, 11 days.
I can tell you they're negotiating, we think, in good faith. We're going to find out. We're getting the help of some incredible countries that want this to be ended because it affects them also. A lot of people are affected by this. But we're giving them till tomorrow, 8 o'clock Eastern time.
Come on.
They're going to have no bridges. They're going to have no power plants.
So you're serious this time?
Stone Ages, yeah.
Yeah, you sure? Positive.
CNN fake news.
Are you willing
CNN's fake news?
include reopening the Strait of Hormuz, or is that now a top priority?
I would say it's a very big priority.
Oh, now it's a big priority. Okay.
That's one thing.
You want the strait open now. Got it.
Bomb the hell out of them. We can knock them out for a loop. But to close the strait, all you need is one terrorist that somehow has.
I didn't know about the other strait.
Because you can carry them in trucks.
So now the strait matters.
Water mine. drop them in the water, and now you tell people that own chips that cost $1 billion to don't worry about the mine. You can do that even just by saying we put mines in the water. So it's not like the rest. We can knock out their military. We already have. We've knocked out their Navy. We've knocked out their Air Force completely. We've knocked out 158 ships in 3 days. We've knocked out even their mine droppers. They don't have any mine droppers anymore. But they.
I think if you allowed that information to be pushed out by psyops for the U.S., we'd be better off.
They say there might be 8. I don't know. I think
Like the fact that all the information comes direct from him is like, like
bullshitting other presidents, and they haven't done the job. And people are living in hell. You live in that country, they're living in hell.
I don't even think people care if it's propaganda. They just want like a timeline, signposts, big wide ones.
The weakest point they've ever been. They have no Navy, they have no Air Force, they have no anti-aircraft weaponry, they have no radar, they have no communication. In fact, the biggest problem we have in our negotiation is that they can't communicate. I said to Steve, what are they saying? Sir, they can't communicate. They have no method of communication. So we're communicating like they used to communicate 2,000 years ago with children, bringing a note back and forth. They have no communication. But all I want to see is I want to have a
They don't want to get waxed, bro.
safe world. Israel will be gone. The Middle East will be gone. And then they're coming for Europe. And I have to tell you, I'm very disappointed in NATO. Very. I think that NATO, I think it's a mark on NATO that will never disappear. Never disappear in my mind. You know, they're coming to see me on Wednesday. They're going to say, oh, we'll do this, we'll do that. Now they all of a sudden want to send things, you know. But they said it loud and clear at the beginning when I spoke to UK of all. I would have said they would have been the first because they're the oldest. And I say, yeah, I'd love to have a little help. He said, no, sir, we'd rather wait till you win. I said, I don't need help after we win. They have 2 old broken aircraft carriers, barely work. I said, I guess we can use them. Who the hell knows? I called the general. He didn't even want them. He said, we don't really need them. We got the SS Abraham Lincoln, sir. We don't need them. Do you know, we have, in terms of technology, we had one day 101 missiles going at 2,700 miles an hour, aimed at the Abraham Lincoln. 101 missiles. Out of 101 missiles, 101 missiles were shot down. Unbelievable technology. 10 years ago, 5 years ago, I don't know if that would have been possible, but 10 years ago, that wouldn't have been possible. 101 missiles heading to a ship that's not that far off the coast. And out of the 101 missiles, we shot down all 101. We have weaponry. The Patriots are unbelievable. We have weaponry that's unbelievable, yeah. Go ahead, please. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. You said earlier today during the egg roll that you would like to take Iran's oil, but Americans want U.S. forces home.
Correct.
What's that trade-off?
If I had my
Does it
choice,
take too
choice, yeah. Because I'm a businessman first. With Venezuela, as you know, the war was over in about 45 minutes. And we have great people running Venezuela, very good people. I mean, the relationship is good. And we are a partner with Venezuela. And we've taken hundreds of millions of barrels, hundreds of millions. Over 100 million barrels already is in Houston, refined and out. And paid for that war many, many times over, many times. You know, the old days, to the victim. Okay, you know that. To the winner belong the spoils, go the spoils. And I've said, why don't we use it? To the victor, go the spoils. And we don't have that. We haven't had that in this country probably in 100 years, because even the Second World War, you look at the Second World War, we didn't have it with the Second World. We helped rebuild all those countries. We rebuilt Germany. How about Germany telling us?
Almost there.
Germany telling us that, well, it's not their war. We had nothing to do with it. They wanted me to.
You want to watch this tick right here?
We didn't know anything about it. Well, if I would have told them, they would have leaked it, and we wouldn't have been nearly as successful, possibly, right?
I'm going to see if we can pop over this.
So we haven't heard that in, I think, maybe hundreds of years. Now with Venezuela, and we just so you understand, the people of Venezuela, they say if I ran for president of Venezuela,
Want to watch this price action closely?
anybody has ever polled in Venezuela. So after I'm finished with this, I can go to Venezuela. I will quickly learn Spanish. It won't take too long. I'm good at language. And I will go to Venezuela. I'm going to run for president. But we're very happy with the president-elect that we have right now, the people that are running.
We don't want to get stuck in here doing this twice, get the new high, then they bring it back down, then we're up and over.
They fired the people that
You want to tag this right now so we can do the cup.
They fired everybody. And you know what they had? They had a mess. And you know what happened? ISIS formed. Those generals and those soldiers got together. The police got together. They all got together. They formed ISIS. Not going to happen with us. So Venezuela has been an incredible, it's been an incredible situation. We went in. We were very successful. Military power like nobody's ever seen. The general, Venezuelan general said, I was on that site. I said, I've never seen ferocity like that. I've been doing this for 40 years. He said, I've never seen it. They hit us from 17 different, they were all set. They saw that big, beautiful aircraft carrier, the Ford in that case, and planes were pouring off it at 1 o'clock in the morning. So typically when you see that late at night.
So this is the tag we're looking for from back over here.
Right. And
looking for that tag right now.
their equipment, it was Russian. And they had Chinese equipment. It was all set. They were going to give us a fight. He said, and then they came. And they came at speeds like we've never seen. And they came at 17 different angles. The general and his people, that was a lot of angles. They hit him from every angle. He said, we knew it was over in 3 minutes. We were waiting for them. Their equipment didn't work. And there's a reason it didn't work. Someday we'll explain that to people. They pressed the button, nothing happened. They pressed it again and again, nothing happened. And he said, we knew this whole thing was over in 3 minutes. We've never seen any, he used the word ferocity. The ferocity of these planes from 17 different angles, and it was over. They went inside. And remember, that was on a military base with thousands of soldiers. And those soldiers looked and they said, get the hell out of here. Thousands. We didn't have thousands. We had like 200 people. So we have a great military. And I'll tell you what, somehow this rescue captured the world's attention, more so than normally. You're talking about 2 people. But this rescue captured the world's attention. But we did it in Venezuela. That was amazing. And now we have a very bad man in prison and going to trial. I mean, he released, aside from the drugs, which he was terrible, Maduro released hundreds of thousands of people from jails into our country. Drug dealers, murderers, the worst people in the world were released into our country because we had a stupid president who probably didn't know, and we had a border czar who never went to the border and never once called our great Border Patrol agents, right? Not once, Kamala. She never called the Border Patrol. She never said, how are we doing? I used to call the Border Patrol guys every day. You can ask them, Paul, ask any one of them. Brandon, ask them all the time. How are we doing? How are we doing? And we now, I'm proud to say, have a totally sealed border. 9 months, nobody is coming through our border. And nobody even tries because they know they're not going to get through. So we don't have caravans anymore. So maybe 1 or 2 more and we'll be done.
Mr. President, are you allowed to, or are you willing to end this conflict with Iran charging tolls?
$8.95.
Us charging tolls?
Iran.
What about us charging tolls?
Is that something you're considering?
I'd rather do that than let them have them, right? Why shouldn't we? We're the winner. We won, okay? They are militarily defeated. The only thing they have is the psychology of, oh, we're going to drop a couple of mines in the water, all right? No, we have a concept where we'll charge tolls, okay? I thought you meant us. Your question would have been more accurate if you said us. Go ahead.
So just to clarify, in order for Iran to successfully meet your deadline tomorrow, do they have to make a deal, open the strait, or both?
We have to have a deal that's acceptable to me. And part of that deal is going to be, we want free traffic of oil and everything else.
Mr. President, thank you very much. You've said glory be to God in this conflict. Do you believe
feel like God supports the United States actions in this
I do,
war?
because
And have you
God
sought
is
his direction?
good, because God is good, and God wants to see people taken care of. God doesn't like what's happening. I don't like what's happening. Everyone says, I don't enjoy this. I don't enjoy it. These two guys don't enjoy it. You know, people say, oh boy, they're so tough. I don't like seeing people killed. I've ended 8 wars. Nobody's ever done it. The person who won the Nobel Prize came to me and said, you deserve the Nobel Prize. She announced that when they announced, they said, goes to Maria. She's a great person, really a good person. She said, no, no, no. This is ridiculous. They gave me the Nobel Prize. President Trump ended 8 wars. I could go over every one of them, including India and Pakistan, where the Prime Minister of Pakistan said President Trump saved from 30 to 50 million lives. That makes me much happier than what we're doing right now.
Show you where this is right here.
One more to end, by the way.
Come on, give us something. Give us something more than this. There's not enough.
You called yesterday in your Truth Social, you called the Iranians crazy bastards.
True.
What is your response to critics who say that
I don't care about critics.
What is your response to critics who say that it is your mental health that should perhaps be examined as this war continues?
Suck my balls, bro.
But if that's the case, you're going to have more people like me, because
I don't like Trump, but stand to the side. Go stand in the corner.
everything for many years until I came along. So if that's the case, you're going to have more people. Dasha, go ahead.
Fucking wasting your questions on that stupid shit.
Limits in Iran as far as targeting,
Yeah.
including power plants, bridges, you've mentioned those.
Very little is off limits.
Are there certain kinds of civilian targets, though? I'm thinking schools
I don't want to
or
tell you
hospitals
that.
you
I don't want
would
to
say
tell
is
you
off-
that. We have,
Just waiting for this move right here.
because of the power of our military, where every bridge in Iran will be decimated by 12 o'clock tomorrow night, where every power plant in Iran will be out of
12 o'clock tomorrow night.
exploding and never to be used again. I mean, complete demolition by 12 o'clock. And it'll happen over a period of 4 hours if we wanted to. We don't want that to happen.
It'll take 4 hours. It's like telling the whole world everything we're going to do.
And you know what? If that's the case, the last thing we want to do is start with power plants, which are among the most expensive thing, and bridges.
What are you going to start with? Tell us.
We were very close to a deal.
Everyone with top secret paperwork's like ripping it all up.
Mr. Kushner and JD saying, I think they're breaking the deal. I said, tell them that's okay. Don't worry about it. But tell them to look out their window and watch. And within 45 minutes, I gave the order to knock out the biggest bridge. I gave the order, knock out the biggest bridge in, I believe, the Middle East, but the biggest bridge in Iran. And within 10 minutes after I gave that order, that bridge was over. So do I want to do that? No. Do I want to destroy their infrastructure? No. It will take them 100 years to rebuild. Right now, if we left today, it would take them 20 years to rebuild their country, and it would never be as good as it was. And the only way they're going to be able to rebuild their country is to utilize the genius of the United States of America.
You voiced your displeasure with NATO in the past. Is there a danger to the U.S. not being the de facto of the leader of the alliance?
No, stop asking those stupid fucking questions. Gah!
When it comes to wars and nuclear
No,
weapons?
it's not a danger. NATO's, look, we went to NATO. I didn't ask very strongly. I just said, hey, if you want to help, great. No, we will not help. I said, that's all right. You don't want to help? Because I've always said NATO's a paper tiger. See, NATO's a paper tiger. Putin's not afraid of NATO. Putin's afraid of us, very afraid of us.
That's not true.
And he's explained it to me a lot of times.
NATO has double the forces of Russia.
NATO's a paper tiger. NATO is us. And
This is all like
we didn't need them, by
fighting, interfighting with.
obviously, because they haven't helped at all.
I got your moments and
They've actually gone out of their way.
combative
They didn't even
journalists.
Think
Everybody knows this.
You know who else didn't help us? South Korea didn't help us. You know who else didn't help us? Australia didn't help us. You know who else didn't help us? Japan. We've got 50,000 soldiers in Japan to protect them from North Korea. We have 45,000 soldiers in South Korea. to protect us from Kim Jong-un, who I get along with very well, as you know. Do you notice he said very nice things about me? He used to call Joe Biden a mentally retarded person, okay? So.
Oh, my God.
Your stuff.
Can't do it.
He said he's a mentally retarded person. He was so nasty to Joe Biden. It was terrible. But to me, he likes Trump. And do you notice how nice things are with North Korea?
I can't do it.
45,000 people, soldiers, in harm's way, and right next to Kim Jong-un with a lot of nuclear weapons. 45, which should have never happened if a certain president, I'm not going to mention this president because I happen to like him, believe it or not, but if a certain president did his job, Kim Jong-un would not have nuclear weapons right now. But they were all afraid to do their job properly. But just to conclude and just to finish, Japan didn't help us, Australia didn't help us, South Korea didn't help us, and then you get to NATO. NATO didn't help us. There were some countries that did. Now, countries that have been good, now you could also say they're got to be a little bit more involved because they're in the territory, but Saudi Arabia has been excellent, Qatar has been excellent, UAE has been excellent, Bahrain, Kuwait. I mean, Kuwait did shoot down 3 of our planes. The only planes, really.
What are you, stop going up scripts. Just fucking get off the stage.
They unfortunately didn't know how to use...
No, none of this. Off the stage.
The pilot said, what kind of a missile's coming at us? Patriot. Boom. They got out. So they had beautiful Patriots. There were planes heading in their direction. Unfortunately, they decided to shoot those planes. They were our planes.
There's like diplomats all over the world's faces melting off right now.
Now, he's coming to see me on Wednesday, as you know. He's a wonderful guy. Secretary General is great. And Mark Rutte, he's a great person, but he's got... And you know, it all began with, if you want to know the truth, Greenland.
Oh.
They don't want to give it to us. And I said, bye-bye. Okay, thank you.
All right, we made it. Oh. Well, you know, I will say that is nowhere near as, by the way, we might lose this here. We've lost the momentum, so watch out. Let me turn this off here. Okay, I try to get through these things. You know, there's also a lot that goes on. It doesn't matter what your politics are. It's like, could be your favorite politician up there as president or whatever. You're going to get derision. You're going to get those kind of questions and stuff. There's a higher level of this, though, because, of course, Trump plays, media plays, stock market, all that kind of stuff. He's like picking out fights, people want to fight, and all that other stuff. People wasting questions, stupid fucking questions have nothing to do with other than inviting these responses. I'm not going to entertain most of what was said at the end or anything that wasn't quite market related to the markets, but there were some things to take away from this today. He is serious. He's poured enough money and time and effort into this with people and logistics from the military and dismounting and disheveling a lot of other nations are involved in this. Strait of Hormuz is huge. We have the Houthis now going crazy. We got Iran. There are some other things he said that were kind of scaring the fuck out of me. Like, we don't know who to talk to. We got nobody to talk to. And so it brings up, again, the same questions. Who are you talking to? And not only that, the people that are saying, let's say they say yes, the people that they are talking to say, yeah, let's do a truce. Is that the people that are in power of the military? You have the new president. He's probably in hiding somewhere. Iran's military is like almost like a dead man switch. You got to remember that the U.S. tried to put the Shah in power, of course, right? And the regime that took over in Iran, the type of regime that they are, for them to stay in power as long as they have stayed in power, they have to build into their system a bunch of systems that work regardless of knowing that there'll be an attempt at some point to topple that regime. So what you do is you build yourself around a government that, and this is a very highly educated populace too. He's a very smart, intelligent populace. Iran, they're completely different, in my view, at least, than like Iraq, let's say, or much even farther away than Afghanistan. So it's not like they're dumb. They know what to do. They know exactly how to remain in power. They've been in power 40 years. So when they're saying when they say things like, we don't know exactly who we're talking to, I don't know if you should say that publicly, but he is kind of, it's already been leaked. The question becomes, if you're speaking to a group, who are they? Is there going to be a staged coup? And there'll likely be some fighting in that coup. So you use U.S. troops to help with that, and maybe even the Northern Alliance. There could be some not complete truths told about the Kurds, and the Kurds could be on board, and you just don't know it. And there's another thing here too. I've heard this argument, like the Kurds aren't on board. They've been screwed over 4 times. They're different people in leadership. When the getting's good, people get what the getting's good, and even if they know they could get fucked over, they'll still sometimes get involved. All right, we're with you. We know you're gonna fuck us or attempt to fuck us, but let's do it. Let's do the arms, money, a bunch of power shifting, and all that kind of stuff. And you really don't know the power paradigms when it comes to who's actually going to go help, and do I care if they get burned or not if you're in the power role. So you can't really trust everything he's saying about the Northern, or about the Kurds. At least I'm not happy with them right now. They took weapons and didn't use them, didn't hand them over to the people. You don't know if they could or couldn't or whatever, but I think that the Kurds aren't still involved is kind of a misnomer too. I think no matter what happens here tomorrow, we're getting into the end of the day now. He gave some other information up too. He said something about 12 o'clock. They'll be annihilated 4 hours. I don't know if that's 12 o'clock local time in Iran, or if that's like midnight our time, Eastern Standard Time, New York, DC time. I don't know what to take away from that. I guess I'll have to look and see if 12 p.m. maybe is around that time period. I don't think that it is off the top of my head. I'm trying to think back. It's like a pretty big time difference from the East Coast. It's got to be more than that. Yeah, maybe it would be about 2400. So I'm trying to think of what time, because tomorrow we have an 8 p.m. deadline tomorrow. He could be speaking local time in Iraq. That we would start something after the deadline at 8 p.m. at midnight or something our time. Let me just check. I'll check later, but I think it's roughly that. Which is even more bizarro, because you wouldn't want to tell them when you're going to attack once you hit your deadline. You know, the idea of a deadline tomorrow doesn't necessarily mean that we attack immediately afterwards, though I think Trump might have just admitted to that. But that's why we call for signposts. Like, you're looking for, like, what do we do in 2 weeks, a month, 2 months, 3 months? Could this grow, and what size could it grow to? I don't think anyone's asking for specific time periods. Like, if they miss the deadline, that we expect the U.S. is going to, like, hit a button at 8:01 and start attacking Iran. I think that's where, like, you beat that deadline, no one's going to say, when are you going to attack? You just kind of expect it at that point. It's a matter of when, or not when, but, like, we know it's going to happen, just a matter of time. At any rate, heading into tomorrow, some top line stuff here. I would take Trump away as serious about willing to attack their infrastructure, attack oil, or at least start, like, if they've missed the deadline, to at least start some kind of action. When they started, I can't tell you. I think it's bizarre that he's saying, or slightly maybe possibly giving away operational security, and they'll probably move that time now that he's said that. I would think that they would. They won't commence bombing immediately after, or whatever time he just gave, that 12 o'clock time. But the more key point here is this or the more like top line is this. I would take Trump as serious that he's willing to see this through to the end. I don't think there's a way to solve this without. I don't think there's a high probability of having like the straight open with negotiations with whomever they're speaking to, without there being some kind of conflict or fighting or something to get that. I don't think the regular government is on board on this deal at all, and that they won't give up enrichment of uranium. They're not going to give up control of the strait or in other areas as well. So tomorrow, when we get the deadline, I don't think Iran meets it. Now, if the U.S. comes out and says, well, we have a deal, but it's with a group that's not in control or whatever, I could see that. I could see Iran saying, or the actual regime, we agreed all these points except for these 2 or 3. They might say something like that. So they're not going to agree to it. The only thing you're looking for here at this point would be, the only thing you're going to be looking for at this point is going to be, more than likely they don't meet the deadline, and we're going to do something, or a group has agreed to the deadline and they're going to do something, and we're going to support them in that action. It's going to be something like that, in that capacity. The bigger question here then would be, when does the Strait of Hormuz open? And I'm not giving a big percentage chance to the Strait of Hormuz opening on today, tomorrow, the next 2-3 weeks, if not 4, if not later. And this is the real problem here: is an indefinite strait closed, or a strait closed indefinitely doesn't mean it won't open just an indefinite amount of time. There's no timeline for that. We have to price that stuff in, and he'll have his deadline. It's not like the market's not going to give Trump his deadline here, but you should be thinking about that tomorrow, that if the strait remains closed for 2 to 4 weeks and it's indefinite, we don't know when it'll reopen, it could be ugly. And I think like that in hand with Trump's speech tomorrow could more than likely be used for a reason to sell. So we want to pay very close attention to, I wouldn't say it's today, like necessarily today you start getting all bared up, but if we get to enough of a high that you do, and I think you can see it already in price action this morning. There was a big fucking wick right at 10 a.m., a big green wick saying, hey, I'm hedged for this event. I'm also watching a lot of puts come through this morning that are way out of the money. So we're now like padding out 6,000, 5,900 farther out of the money puts being bought as a hedge to getting long in the market from 632 and hedging that position down to that potential sell down lower into 6,000 or 620 or 5,900 or whatever. The matter just becomes, it's just an operation of finding a high to hedge on, and whatever hedge you're choosing. So let's look at it's 243 right now. Let's take a look at let's go over here. Let's go above here really quick. Okay, so just on this right here, we are parked above currently. We've been fighting our way above the gamma flip. We're grinding sideways, grinding sideways, grinding sideways, grinding sideways, and we're looking for some kind of a liquidity grab on high up here to go down. Now, the first catalyst, of course, was this presser that Trump just had. Here's our first chance right here. And then we're still going to be looking for anything hitting the tape either today or even tomorrow into 1 p.m. So let's look at I think we got 1 o'clock tomorrow. Well, I'll just check to make sure. It's either 1 p.m. or 8 p.m. tomorrow. So I get this on. We'll do it just like this. Move this over. I think it's 8 p.m. tomorrow, but we'll check. I'll check again when the deadline actually is. But sometime between, 1 p.m. and after market close tomorrow, expect this grind and popping action to keep taking place, like pop, 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 up. And then either be hedged for this move with some OTM puts, or lay off the market to buy a dip lower as we continue to move forward. Oh, a little bit of squeeze there. So just looking for these highs up here, trying to get out of risk anywhere above in here. There's a big, large call wall up here at 6,700. There's a small call wall at 6,790. And then there's another small call at 6,650 up here. We're still up here. We're still hanging out. We're above. And we'll talk about expectations into tomorrow here. Let's go down to the bottom right-hand side here. And we're going to go scale out a little bit. We're just going to give everyone an idea of where we are. We'll do this all over again to give you an idea of what to expect into tomorrow. We'll check the day out right now, too, and we'll see where we're sitting on. Hang tight 1 second here. Where is QCOMs being bought? That's good to see. Let me check SPOOs really quick. This might be the easiest way to show it, too. It's always something like that. It's not always, but let me bring this over for a minute. Okay, bring it over here, maybe. Can I bring it over there, maybe? Even just obviously looking at traditional charting, that this looks like it wants to fucking rip faces off, right? Like moonshot. And that's probably what everybody's thinking, big moonshot. Normally when we get these breakouts, you know how this usually goes. Like, this is the thesis, right? We're going to break out and start screaming higher. And then what really happens is they tease you to the upside, right? Whammo. And then it's the drop either to here or even lower to break out or whatever. There's your double thingy over there and your new low over there and then higher. Your inverse cup over here. So just note that in here, just looking at traditional charting, there's always that gotcha, right? Everybody knows we're going to break out. Dares come in and load on you. Down, 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 down. And then the real dip buy was somewhere down here and the escape. I think bulls should be looking for that trade, something like this, or the bulls are looking for the breakout and a nice back test and then start heading out of here. You want that like confirmation because we have such negative momentum coming down from the top side. If you were to look, if you're just looking right here, it's like, yeah, we're going to break out, bro, but we haven't gotten above this negative momentum. This negative momentum can serve as a way lower, and not only that, to suck price back in. So you get high enough, but actually not high enough, and you're like, "Ooh, we're gonna break out." So remember that statement I just made to you here, like, "Oh my God, Kep's wrong. We're gonna break out," and all of a sudden, you just sucked right back into this negative downtrend before the real move out and away. Let's go look at this weekly. This is a pretty much what we're looking for here. I can go back to the 3-month if you want to see it. There is a target here of 630.57, 607.45 on a monthly basis. This is where support is. You'd be trying to hold on to this worst case scenario. Maybe just going back down there and touching that month. Which I think you already hit it, so I don't even think you need to hit this one, but you don't need this for intraday stuff here. We know about the magic numbers up on high. And I don't think this one matters at all either. We already hit that month. But this matters right here. We don't want to sweep this low. And this kind of speaks to the gamma in the market right now. Like market gamma is saying you can't do this either. You can do this, but you can't do anything else. Like you can't go down here. They're saying you're going to whack that one, maybe even start taking all these out. So you're kind of being pushed into a do or die moment here. I think tight here. Nope, that's wrong. Okay, I guess those W's are all the same. This is really what matters right here. This is like big information right here. Like this is kind of our playground. The bulls will tell you they can buy this down here. I don't think so. I think the idea here is we smash into it. They told you no, right? This was, I believe, early last week. You're being given another chance to break out right now. And I think like this is your do or die moment if you're a buyer. It's like you gotta get up there and hit this. You gotta hit this. It's not good enough to go up here and hit this and hit this. They're gonna suck you right back down into this crap down here. So you kind of like this do or die moment in the market for the market to break trend and start heading up into the summer months. So you're kind of looking for something like this and something like this. And then if you hit this, then you don't care if you go down here. You don't even care if you go down here. Do you guys understand these concepts? Like I don't care if you hit this, then I don't care if you sweep all the way down here. If you fail this, then I do care. Like if you fail to hit this and you only hit that, then I do care about breaking down here. I think that's bad. You want the look above. The look matters. It implies that the buyers are stronger than the sellers and all that other fucking shit. So let's go look at this here and where we are into the close today. We got the weekly out of the way. Let's look at the daily. We've done all the work we need to do for today. You can see it right here. The market does not need to go any higher, but it can. Hang tight here. That right there, just we have it. The market could trade all the way down here. All the way down here and still, actually could trade all the way down here and still be fine. On an intraday basis. But the bulls don't have a lot of time, do they? Well, the bulls do tend to squeeze sometimes last second. We'll make that one yellow because they did everything they need to do. Buyers did everything they need to do today. Let's get rid of this for a minute. And this is all good to see. I like seeing this candle right here on a 4-hour basis. This candle looks great. I like seeing that. This is a good candle right here. I like it. Sorry about that. And, as we get closer, what do we got? We got till tomorrow, Tuesday. Let's call it 1 o'clock or 1600 is Tuesday, 1600. We'll do it just right there. Now, obviously, this is going to be more like, you know, smash up here. Come on. I guess I could just do a straight line, but the bigger issue here, of course, is the bigger issue here, of course, is this group here. And draw this in better. this group here, what you need to be aware of, you might want to snip this at home. And I'm going to show you what this looks like. So if at any point you see like price going up here, let's say it goes all the way up here, and let's say it fails 664.44, and we start losing it like this. It comes back down here. We get the low right here, and then as soon as you're putting in that second low, you have to like use price action here to show that this is going to be ugly to the downside. If you see like a tick here and then you see a tick up here, then I would expect this to be bought to go up here and hit this one. Now, another thing about this is, let's say we go up here. Say we actually start squeezing. And it's not like that. It's like this. Big, huge move higher. We hit the hour. We come up here, let's say, and do this one and this one. If you see some kind of price action, it's like smash and bash. Never fear. You're going to get another chance to get long in here. So there's a lot of like watching what takes place price action wise in hand with whatever they're saying. And I think the bigger thing here is, you know, like if it goes up here, you look like a rock star. If it doesn't, you're fucked. But even so, you get the chance to get long. So you want to be careful with your money, of course. And what you don't want to be is the guy that's down here and we grind and grind and grind, right? We go up into 6 p.m. tomorrow, whatever that is, whatever the deadline actually is, and we're like right here, and we're just stalling. Bad news, right? So you want to be like down here, waiting to catch a dip if possible, watching the price action, or even lower if the price action's horrid and we lose it, or you're waiting for the big squeeze up and then to add to a long from down below, to add again, you know, somewhere in here or in here, look for that add. And even if it's down here, I wouldn't care. As long as we hit these, then this door is open and it lends more support to the up move, more thesis. I can't impress upon you how important, like, long-time market participants are going to be watching this price action. They're not. They may be positioned long with a hedge. They may be just watching. But I want you to know that there's a lot of watching going on. And they're going to be watching for specific ticks on ES, specific ticks on SPX. And it's very dangerous, and here's the greater point. There's a lot of volatility. Now, how do you trade that? You know, get long, hold it, take, you know, big stops on highs, take your money and run on a squeeze. And you can't give up anything right now. It's like like a couple weeks ago when I told you like you have to hold this line. We're in that same similar situation right now. Like the bulls have to hold this. They have to like push. And the moment they start losing their basis on the half an hour, hourly trigger, depending on what you're trading on, SPX or SPY, it can get ugly. You'll know it. If we fail at any point, we start blasting underneath this hourly trigger, it's going to get fucking messy. It's going to get messy. So just be watching your half-hour hourly trigger, depending upon what index you're using. My expectation for tomorrow, I want it to be a straight line up here. And I could potentially give you, I want you to also pay attention to this over here. There's like 670 is a zone for supply up here. So I'd even be willing to give you, see these guys right here. This is 660. You want to be watching these guys too. Like this is the group that sent us down. There's a lot of information up here. It's like there's this false wick up here that sent us down to the shit can. Not false. You just want to be like, you want to be aware of all of this stuff. There's a lot to pay attention to here. Like that prior high is going to matter. This one matters a little bit. This one matters a little bit, but in truth, this one really matters. This is the trade to right here. Now you take that one out right there, and you kind of start talking about taking this one, and then maybe dropping. The reason I'm saying this to you is because if I think we're going here, we could potentially go right here. Right there. And then get sent packing right there. This is the group that sent us down all the way down here. This is the group where we had to, hey, we have to stay above this group. The moment we're underneath that, we're bad news, and that's what they did. They sent it down, rejection, boom, to the downside. It's the same group over here, same cast of characters, same wick, same second red tag right there. But if you can hit this one up here and, take that one out right there, and maybe we're waiting to drop right here. So anyways, my point to you is this. I'll draw this in like this. Give you a little extra copium right up there. You take out the day, you take out the prior guy up here just by a tick. And then we can start talking about holding this up. There's your 650. This is the basis of everything. It's the 655 on SPX, and I'll show you this in SPX in a minute here. And then get above. That's what I would like to see. Something like this, something like that. More constructive breakout. Let me show this to you on SPX really quick. So it's something like this, where you're kind of like knocking out these. Let me show it over here. Can you see this right here? So you're taking these guys out right here by going up here. Once you take those guys out, you're just defending these buyers back over here. Can't see them. They're over there and they're over there. And there's your double bottom, right? And then we're out of here. Now, I think this is like middle of the road. What we're asking for here. Go back to this over here. It's kind of like the middle of the road expectation. If you see this early, wham wham. Maybe we aren't going that deep. We're out of here. And then in the worst case scenario in here, we're not getting the high. They're rocking us to the downside, and we're out of here. If that makes any sense? This should be the expectation right in the middle. This is the highest probability outcome. Now, the only thing I would say to you in this is, I guess the last question you would have would be for what to expect into tomorrow. Do we play this out here? If I had to err on the side of reality, let me put this back in for us. Get it back in an hour. Oh, this is on a 4 hour. Let me go to an hour really quick and see how sloppy that looks. This is let's put this down a little bit. This should be right about there. Sorry, it looks so sloppy. Something like this. You can go from down there. One, two. I'd like to see it go this high just to knock out that prior high. We'll watch this closely. I don't need to see this. We want to be out of risk here. And this doesn't matter right now. The only thing that matters is this. I want to say, like, if you want like my personal opinion, if you're looking for like what does Jim think, Like, what do I think? I think we go up there for liquidity, and I think that it's gonna fucking implode. You know, if you really want to know what I think, like my own personal let's keep this up here. There's nothing stopping us above. If you want like what I think, let's get this back for you guys for a second here. If you want to know like what I think about the next 2 days or whatever, I have a real or it's growing on me. The strait needs to be reopened, and no matter, like, let's say Trump comes out tomorrow and he says to you, I don't know, we have a truce with a new regime, but they're not in power at this point. The strait's not open. We're gonna have to do with military action, and like that turns into a whole nother fucking story, right? I think the issue here is the indefiniteness of the strait being closed. No dates, no signposts, no guideposts. And if you leave the bond market and make the story bigger with volatility and like a bigger war story tomorrow, there'll be damage done that the bond market will address, and the oil market will address, the bond market in particular. And I think we have to talk about that there can be damage done over the next month. There can be damage done that is not priced into our stock market and lends itself to the argument of a recession trade. I don't think we're in a recession track at the moment, and I don't think that we're at risk of recession. The same characters who bring that up, they bring it up every fucking twice a year. They bring it up. We're gonna go into a recession, bro. They do it every fucking spring and every fucking fall. So you can't like give them credence, but with what's going on in the world today and tomorrow, and if I believe Trump is serious here, and if it's a matter of the strait being closed indefinitely, I think any of those escape attempts are going to get thwarted, and we're going to price in a recession. I do think that. So you have to be on your toes. You have to be on your toes here. Remember, this is all we needed to do today. Was this one right here, just this yellow line. We don't need to go up here and do this other daily up here. We should probably do this overnight, but this one right here does not need done until tomorrow. I'll leave it up here so you can see it in case you're hoping for the squeeze higher. And we likely need to get above this stuff, some kind of news, some kind of knee-jerk news reaction. And I would assume it'd be something like, we got a deal. You get the knee-jerk reaction, and then you get the dirty, which is, it's going to take weeks, if not months. And I think that's the bigger issue here, is that you get the squeeze up on, hey, we're doing something, right? We made some progress. These are our partners. Everybody's wearing disguises. But then you come into the reality of, our partners aren't in control. We're going to need the U.S. military to put them in control, and we're going to start these actions. So you see like the initial squeeze up into that daily, that weekly trigger on that news. Or maybe we even go up there tonight on some fake news, right? They'll create fake news to send us up there too. But I think the bigger question here is, like, when we're up there, and maybe we get some good news, is it really good news or is it not? And I think you as a trader and as an investor need to be hyper aware that if they come out with that second leg of bad news and tell you, we don't know when the strait's going to reopen, we're not going to try to force it open, NATO's not hopping in yet, any of that kind of information, if you receive that tomorrow, today, if you receive that in the next day or two from Trump, we're doing damage in the background. there is no world where that strait doesn't open and it doesn't do some significant damage. And the bond market will address that, is my point. The oil market will address that. The bond market will come in here and they'll tell you, and they'll fucking hammer it down from above. So just I think the top line for tomorrow is just be thinking about the indefiniteness of the Strait of Hormuz being closed. If it remains indefinite, it's not good. And no matter what they say, that's positive. Oh my God, we got this, we got that, we got all this, we did all these things, everything is cool and honky dory. The indefiniteness of the strait being closed should be the topic of conversation tomorrow. Like, is it open? Is it closed? When do you think it'll be open? And not the pot shots from the reporters, or you don't like NATO, or you don't like this, or you don't like that. None of that really matters. The only thing that matters is, when does the Strait of Hormuz open? Now, they have been giving some news that it's not completely closed right now, which is a good sign. But 10, 20 tankers is still not enough. And it's not enough if Iran ramps up the Houthis and close the Red Sea and close the Suez Canal and this other strait that they have. I forget its name off the top of my head, but you get what I'm saying? Like, you can't have it. Like, truces don't matter here. Closures matter. And the longer the closures, the more damage there is being done. And that has a knock-on effect across the world. That stuff will affect Asia. It'll affect Australia. You start seeing countries going into recessions. Those recessions will have knock-on effects in the U.S. You got to remember something here. I got to say this. You need the world. No one remembers this. I don't know why. You need the fucking world to go into a recession for you, the U.S., to go into recession. And if you send those countries into recession and you think they don't matter, they do. They are probably outside of like unemployment, outside of like unemployment and labor. I mean, even more so than GDP, because it impacts GDP. But the world economy does matter. You have to understand that every bubble popping, every single one, all the big ones, any real true recession has always included the world. It's never just us. So we need to pay close attention to that stuff tomorrow into the close. And also, we need to pay attention to that stuff into the close, and we need to pay attention to the wording that comes from the White House, or not answering those questions. That's probably the most important fucking thing that we can get tomorrow, is how much closure are we looking at? And is the closure finite or infinite for what we have today? Like, yeah, the strait will be closed for 1 month, the strait will be closed for 2 weeks, or it's open 20%, and we expect 20% increases week in, week out. When you hear stuff like that, you can set your weeks up on, are we making progress or are we not? Next month we expect 40%. Next month we expect 60%. And you can kind of you trade based on that. But when you don't have that information, and if they don't give you some kind of a finite answer on the Strait of Hormuz, the bond boys are gonna fucking freak the fuck out. They will shoot first and ask questions later. And this is the last point I want to bring you to. We are in the exact same situation we were on Liberation Day. And on that fucking day, when Trump freaked the fuck out, the markets started selling and it didn't stop. It was ugly. So you think everything is fine right now, and we're going to break out in a way, and a turn of a hat or turn of information, we will freak out, or the market will price in whether you want it to or not. And I think not many people are talking about this. I've seen a few. And I don't pay attention to doomers. Maybe the doomers are saying it. I don't speak to them. It's constantly one big fucking doom. But for you as a bull buyer, as a realist, objectively thinking realist out there, try to be as objective as possible. I know everybody gets sucked into subjectivity. They get lied to all day long, but being objective. and a functional member of society, you can't have an indefinitely closed Strait of Hormuz. It's that fucking simple. You need the Houthis to lay off. You need the Strait to reopen in some fashion. You start talking 2-3 months of Strait closure, it's gonna get fucking messy. Even if that gets solved, it's gonna start causing problems. And you have to be aware of that. Like the U.S. stock market will not go moon time if the entire world's imploding. Now, if there is some hope tomorrow, whatever he happens to say is not that doomish, and even if they don't give you a direct answer on Strait of Hormuz, if you take away from it, or it's implied to you, hey, the Strait's going to open soon, yeah, then I think that we're not going to have that recession. But I still like the importance of it is critical. I think there's a lot of hopium out there on one side, that if the Strait's still closed indefinitely, everything's okay. It's probably not. It's probably a trap for buyers. And I hope that something good happens here tomorrow. I really do. I hope that we can park here all day. We don't need to go anywhere. We can just sit right here all day long. Maybe squeeze at the end of the bell. We could attempt to start squeezing to price it in today before we get there, but we're at squeeze risk right now, either today at the end of the day or tomorrow. The bigger question, though, is like, do we sell on that? And how bad is the sell on that? We'll put this right in front and center here. Remember that this is all we need for today is this yellow line. And there's another red line above. We probably squeeze today or tomorrow into it. Make the move overnight. We'll watch it closely here. I think we're like assigning like liquidity grabs for like bullishness. And I think it's more for the wrong people to be up there just like fucking slamming the sell, because they think 6,000's coming. And I think it's easy to see 6,000, 620, 6,000. If we find out that in fact the Strait will be closed for longer than a couple weeks, week 2. I don't even know if the Strait being told would be open in a month is enough. If there's no deal. If he offhandedly tells you like, oh, the Strait will be open in a month, bro, but we're going to start operations, and it's like all haphazardly, I don't think the market's going to believe him. I don't think the bond market's going to believe him either. I think what they do is they put the screws to him, and I would too. I'd put the screws to him to the downside, and then he'll cough up a plan. And I think that's pretty much where we are. You better have a fucking plan tomorrow. And if there's no fucking plan and there's job loading and bullshit, and you don't have any timeline at all, the bond boys are going to get freaked the fuck out, and they'll force him into that position. I don't think it's necessarily a position of like kneeling before Iran or exiting Iran. There's a lot of like noise here. Like, hey, you're not an American, and you want me to give you all my information, and you're not an American, and you want us to, I don't know, tell you all of our plans and stuff. I don't think it's that at all. I don't think anyone on the street cares at all about what the plans are, how they get there. They just want to know the plan. You're done, or you're not done, or some guideposts over time. And that you hold these entities to the time that you're giving them. And so that's where we get a lot of like he's playing the stock market, he's playing this, he's playing to his people, he's playing this and that, and also the nonsense. The market doesn't give a fuck. The market just cares, well, like, what are you doing? Can we check back and check your progress? And if what you're doing is going to be horrible, we'll price that in right now. We'll get it done and over with. We'll move on from there. We could trade sideways doing that, whatever. So we need more information. We'll get it tomorrow at, I don't know if it's 1 p.m. or 8 p.m. I don't know when the deadline ends. I'm afraid to even tell you that the deadline ends tomorrow by what's even in the newspapers. I heard new times being thrown out today. Let me just see Trump's speech schedule. Let's just see if he's even got it up on here. I don't know. He's got his schedule up for today. Let me just check here, see if he's got or Trump deadline. We'll see what the consensus is right now. Okay, the last update that I have on this was 4 hours ago, not after his speech. It says the last thing that I have from Trump officially is President Trump's latest deadline for Iran to open the Strait of Hormuz is according to a post on social media, Tuesday, 8 p.m. It doesn't say he's going to have a press conference thereafter, 8 p.m. I would assume if there's any kind of a fucking deal, Trump will come out before then himself, and you'll see him tapping away the all caps on Truth Social. I got us a deal. That could be the jawbone that sends us up, right? You get the jawbone trade higher, and then you get the deadline passing at 8 p.m. I'll have more news for you at 9 p.m. tonight. So if you were to guess what I think is going to happen, that's going to be something like that. He's going to come out and tell you he's got a deal. He's not going to give you enough information to say who the deal is with, and that they still need to conduct operations until they're in power. And this is like 8, 9 o'clock tomorrow night. Market reaction between now and then should be up. Now, when he doesn't give enough information, that's going to be where the problem is. It's where they sell down on that announcement, in my view. And then we're going to go down there, and he's going to freak out, and he's going to have to do some kind of follow-up, clean up the mess later in the week to say, oh, the Strait of Hormuz will be open in 1 month, and this is the reasoning. Or he doesn't. If he doesn't, what'll happen is today is the 6th, right? What you would see happen is he gives you the pump news, right? Then you get the, oh my God, the strait's not opening news. Market will blast down. We'll wait until about April 15th, right in there. Tax return day. We'll rotor-root down there, and they'll give him the opportunity to either wrap up the operations to instill the new leaders in power, and in the meantime start routing to the downside, waiting for some news that the new regime is in power by middle of the month of April. And if not, they'll start sending us downtown to the depths of hell. This guy isn't talking to anybody. This guy doesn't have the strait open. It's halfway through April. There's fucking damage being done all over the world, and they're going to start liberation daying us to the downside. So that's what I think happens tomorrow. I think you're going to get the pump bullshit. Then you're going to get the real story, and the real story is going to sell us. And then we'll start playing patty cake to the downside. Just be aware that's my take on this. Don't be like, oh, my FURU was wrong or something like that. If I had to guess, you get the pump tomorrow. You get the real news, which is it ain't happening like that. You're going to send us down. We're going to rotor-root downstairs, and if anything improves, we'll start coming back up. If it looks like it's going to then move into like the second half of April, we'll fucking spend the rest of the time to the downside. And we probably got to talk about that too. Let me just look at the collar here. Yeah, it looks... Hold on, let me bring the collar up really quick. There's... You can kind of see it in the collar. Oh, wait a minute. Find it? Let's go look at the collar really quick. This is the collar right here. Don't think that I think we're going down here and doing this, 5,100 or anything, but I want you to think about this, which is you've got, squeeze up, right? And you get the pop, and then you get told, oh, no. Oh, by the way, we don't know when the Strait of Hormuz is going to be open. We have a deal, but it's not with the actual regime. And then we party down here. And if they want to fuck around mid-April, we get no help, straight down. You know, we're coming into May now and checking again, right? You can kind of see it right there. Hold us in here, push us down, and then we're waiting. And if things get even uglier, you know, this turns into a greater war, you know, in April. You know, if this turns into a bigger war, Iran is not listening. We'll talk about that for later. But we're kind of being held hostage in here. And not only are we being held hostage in here, the market is poised for that danger to the downside. And this part of this is mechanical for where we are in price, but I want you to be aware of that down there. That collar is reining us in from any like the collar is reining us in from any extreme bullishness. And the market participant, like the street, is already hedged for that outcome. They can come back and rehedge the second month of May, or the month of May. They can adjust their hedging on that top side, but for the month of May, at least for right now, for April, May, the street's not buying it. The street is well hedged for that nightmare scenario at this point. So just be aware of that as we head into tomorrow, that if you don't have an account like Wall Street, you can miss a squeeze and buy the dip and be in relative safety. If you're wealthy as fuck, then you know you don't care. If you're probably already positioned properly. If you are that guy that's like, I'm living and dying by a prayer, you're either stepping aside tomorrow to buy a deep dip, or you're waiting for you could chase the squeeze if you wanted, get in on it briefly, and then buy the dip again in relative safety, and you should be fine. But I think living and dying by the sword here into tomorrow is kind of just, you just wait. And for anyone out there that's like super bullish here into tomorrow, I'm not. I'm fairly. If I don't listen to his words and I look at what's going on, it doesn't look good. If I just look at like all the people we've put there, all of the logistics that are there, the money spent at this point, Iran or Israel wanting to finish this now, the U.S. stating to some extent we want to finish this right now, and then the resistance from Iran in particular and some of their allies is, we're going to do this. This is going to be the one. And if you're trying to fight that noise or fight that truth, I don't know what to say to you. Maybe you're right. I would err on the side of caution here. The one thing the U.S. doesn't have control over is Iran. The banks hate that. The street hates that. Trump hates that. Like, we try to know everything. The street does. The U.S. does. CIA does. To some extent, even the banks are like their own version of the CIA, a civilian arm of it. And if they don't know the answer, it's too much volatility for the market to handle. And they don't like that. They don't like not knowing those outcomes in advance. I doubt there's a JPM office parked in Tehran, and they're making homeboys with everybody in Tehran at the moment. So that uncertainty, I think, just that uncertainty is enough to for Iran to throw a fly in the ointment tomorrow at 8 p.m. or 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Let me just check something really quick. So 7.5 to 8 hours time difference. 8 p.m. tomorrow would be what time? 8 p.m. tomorrow would be roughly midnight for them. Do I get that right? I think so. 7.5 to 8.5 hours from 8 p.m. Nope, it's not. It's about 2 in the morning for them. So we'll pay close attention. Pay close attention like 4 to 6 p.m. tomorrow. Because that'll be 12 o'clock for them tomorrow. I'm interested that he said that 12 p.m. or that he didn't say 12 p.m. He said 12 o'clock, and I was like, "What 12 o'clock? Where'd that come from? Like, where's this 12 o'clock come from? This means you start bombing before 8 p.m. tomorrow." Let me just check this really quick. 12 p.m. here is 7:30 p.m. So an hour and a half, or 7.5 hours, right? So figure at 6. That's 1:30 in the morning, and then, oh man, it makes you wonder if they started early tomorrow. That's freaking the fuck out of me. Like they commence bombing before even the deadline hits tomorrow at 8. Or maybe regime change is ongoing as the deadline nears. Like, do they start the regime change like overnight tonight or tomorrow? If there's a coup before the deadline. He also made another comment where he said he didn't want to start bombing the energy infrastructure right away. He implied that he was going to do some other bombing first. So, you see anything else here? Yeah, I'm reading a story here about that just popped up on CNBC. They're trying to do they're trying to push the narrative that because the Strait is pushing 15 to 20 boats through a day, that the Strait is open for business. And I can kind of agree with that if they were to give a signpost. Like expect 20 ships this month, 40 ships next month, 60 ships the month thereafter. That would help. It's the unknown of the Strait of Hormuz. That's the problem here. That just popped up, that article, at 3:15 as I spoke about it. IDF saying top general approved Iran operations for the coming 3 weeks. Let's leave that open. Yeah, I'm reading it right. Some of it right now. If I had to like what I'm going to guess tomorrow is that's what they're going to tell you. They've made a deal with a regime change group. They're going to commence operations to instill them in power. It's going to take 2 to 4 weeks, be the month of April, and you should see the Strait open. That's the only thing that I'm questioning is, do you get the Strait open, or will they tell you we're going to open the Strait right now, next week or two? We're going to put in a bunch of soldiers, get the Strait open, start instilling. We're going to do a ground operation. That's what I suspect. The regime will be removed in the next month. And the signposts are all the market's going to need to hear. That's what I think they're going to say tomorrow. Is this Full Metal Jacket Part 2? I don't think so. I think there's a lot of misinformation out there right now. Like, there's all like, so I was talking to my wife this morning, and I was like, pay close attention. You'll see like an article pop up that's like a negative light for the U.S. With such an information vacuum. The initial comments you'll see, the first 100, 200, 300 comments, they're out of they're fucking crazy. They're not even American. They're likely foreigners. I don't want to say it's a bad way, but it's not meant in a bad way, but you can kind of tell when you're in a room full of Americans, even if they're against the war. And then you like listen to some of the comments and you're like, that's not an American speaking right there. It's definitely not the majority of Americans. And even the Americans that are mad about invading Iran, they still understand the reasoning for it, and the why. So there's a lot of misinformation. There's a lot of like, I'm anti-war, so I'm going to say this or say that, or I'm not from the U.S., or this isn't my cultural background, or I don't want to see this or whatever. Or I want to write this because I know I'm going to make money off of it for saying these specific inflaming things. So I guess the point I'm trying to get around to here is the stock market is not the same as what we're consuming out there with these information gaps. If he were to say that tomorrow, he'd probably get away with it. If he was like, yeah, we're gonna do a regime change, we picked up this like other group, and it's like the argument, like, is this Full Metal Jacket 2, is this gonna grow into another Vietnam or something, or it's like a big war out of our control? That narrative is being controlled right now. Most Iranians, you got to remember that like Iran is not Iraq, it's not Afghanistan, and there's a grip on Iranian people. These are very educated people. They don't necessarily agree with the United States, but at the same time, they do not like living under the thumb of this regime day in, day out. So when you hear like Quagmire and stuff, people will believe the U.S. that if they remove that regime, the head of the regime, truly remove it and put someone else in power, even if it's not a stooge for the U.S., maybe you get like Saudi Arabia stepping in, UAE stepping in, other Gulf nations stepping in to form that process, where it's kind of you're being helped along by your friends and not by the U.S. Yeah, that strait could open. And you got to remember that if the strait continues to reopen, then you get 20, 30, 40, then 50, then 60 carriers. It doesn't matter if it's for the U.S. or not. You can save face with Iran, too, if it's not the U.S. or Israel, but it's going to other countries. Hey, kitty. How are you? What are you doing? Hi, Mrs. Paz. What are you doing? But I would suspect if I was the U.S., that's what I would do. If I was the U.S. tomorrow, I'd come out and say, we have a new regime. We're going to back the new regime with military support. We've got the support of our partners in and around the Gulf states to help with that regime change. Look at the strait's already opening now. In the next month or two, we're gonna we'll have it open. So you get the squeeze up on the announcement of that operation. You come back down to check back in April, mid-April, late April, see if progress has been made. And the market will want to lift up and away to the right. That's what I think they're going to try to spin tomorrow. Now, if you don't get that spin, if you get the indefiniteness on the Strait of Hormuz, be scared. Bond market's not going to like it. Not going to want to hear it. Not going to want to hear like, oh, they got another extension for 30 days. The bond market's going to want to know if there's a plan in place, and how long is it going to take, and they were going to want to check back on it too. So I think that's where you get your pop. And then the drawdown probably comes from that. The drawdown probably comes from the other information. We'll watch this into the bell here. I think how it's worded matters. I don't want to sit here with like another Liberation Day. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, we're gonna use nukes. All the other fucking nonsense I've been talking about, like the world's never seen. A lot of the noise. Let's check around here and see what's going on. I'm not seeing anything yet here. Iran rejects Reuters saying Iran rejects ceasefires. Trump says entire country can be taken out. That was from Reuters an hour ago. Someone else from Iran sent a maximalist plan in response as Trump deadline looms. Iran sent a 10-point response to the proposals under discussion with the U.S. for ending the war. According to U.S. officials, an Iranian state news agency, IRNA, why it matters, the chance for a ceasefire deal Tuesday currently appears slim. Trump says without a deal by then, he will order massive strikes on Iranian civilian infrastructure. Iran says it would retaliate against energy and water facilities in the Gulf. Just see here. Iranian response was discussed for 2 weeks internally and sent on Monday to Pakistani mediators. The Iranian response emphasizes the need for a permanent end to the war and not just a temporary ceasefire. Sources with knowledge of the negotiations said this is a key sticking point at the moment, and the mediators are working on different formulas to guarantee the ceasefire would lead to permanent end to hostilities. According to IRNA, the response includes demand that ending the war in Iran would also include ending hostilities in other places in the region, like Lebanon, where Israel is conducting an invasion. The Iranians demand a protocol for safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz. The Iranians demand payment for reconstruction and the lifting of sanctions imposed by the U.S. and the international community. It doesn't say anything here about the nuclear stuff. The other side, they made a significant proposal, not good enough, but they have made a very significant step. See what happens, Trump told reporters on Monday. If they don't make a deal, they will have no bridges and no power plants. He noted that he would have gone even further to keep the oil and make a lot of money, but stressed he knows the American people would not support such a move. They like to see us win and come home. Iran doesn't want to see a ceasefire. We already know that. Let's watch this close here. There is some good news out of that article I just read. That would mean that if negotiators have this information, that U.S. banks have it too. It's good to see. Am I in the right place? Let's watch this closely, see if we can squeeze the bell. No, there's nothing stopping up here. We have lots of room to go up here. There's no sellers up here. This is all dealer action in here. Let's read some of this into this bell here. Let me read this to you. We're right at a key inflection. SPX is pressing into key technical resistance. Just as positioning has been aggressively unwound, this is a tricky spot. The downside has largely been de-risked, but conviction on the upside isn't there yet. With equities beginning to decouple from oil and shorts building into the move, the setup is becoming less about direction and more about whether this turns into a squeeze. Delicate levels. SPX is pushing slightly above the downtrend. Blah, blah, blah. Narrative dying. SPX has tracked oil almost tick for tick since the war we're in. Now it's starting to decouple. Do you trust forward-looking equities or oil stuck at extremes? No. Consolidated equity positioning is puked. Nothing for short-term traders' mind, but general short continues to print new recent highs. Note the massive Russell short. Yeah, I see it, but I see the squeeze higher and then the roll. Systematic and hedge funds have aggressively cut risk, pushing short interest to multi-year highs and flipping CTAs net short. Meanwhile, real money keeps buying. That divergence creates an asymmetric squeeze setup. Historically, the mix of oversold systematic, steady inflows, and high shorts tend to fuel sharp rallies. Yeah, I see the short rally, but I don't see it holding. Calls are collapsing here. People are sitting on the sidelines waiting to see what happens. I think they get the squeeze. I just don't think that it's going to hold. There's a lot of argument here for a squeeze. I see the squeeze, but let's see if we get it right now. Can we just leave that whole thing open? Yeah, right there.
1 minute remaining for the market on close imbalance.
Right there, be a target. Just waiting for MOC.
Ten seconds.
Squeezing higher.
Market on close imbalance. S&P 500 buy side 821 million, Nasdaq 100 buy side 733 million, Dow 30 buy side 162 million, Mag 7 buy side 205 million.
Buy Nvidia, Tesla, XOM, MU, and V. Sell Meta, IBM, GLW, COR. It might be CDR. I can't read shit. HOLX. The imbalance, S&P plus 741 million, Nasdaq plus 559 million, Dow 30 160 million, Mag 7 215 million. Squeezing up here for new intraday high. Remember that we're in positive gamma, so we are grinding. Market is supportive. Looking for a squeeze up into tomorrow. Question is it sustainable or not? Remember, outlook for tomorrow is up. Price target 662.5. Raise it up a little bit. And top tick 666.72. Hey, what's the matter with you? You okay? You don't ever come see me. You missing the kiddos? Let's check this 30-minute really quick. Man, that 30-minute on SPX is rolling down here already. Everyone's exiting the fucking market here. 30-minute SPX hourly gamma or hourly velocity is heading lower. People are getting the fuck out of market here. Market's losing, it's stalling. Just let me see this. Back in December, there was a stall at the same place. We still fucking we had a bump and dump. Sorry, I'm looking at another chart over here. The other one is showing another prior example like this I'm looking at is we got the pop, but then we still sold and blooded. Like whatever pop this is going to be, and it gets sold. Now I'm waiting for what the news after the bell's going to be. Like, what kind of jawbone are we getting after the close here? Excuse me. I promised myself I wouldn't rub my nose all day long today, and I didn't. There's one. Squeezing higher into the bell. Market wants to explode to the upside. I'll take this way just so we can watch the bell here. Nice candle in the close here. Nice candle for squeezing. We can get this done in liquid markets now. We can squeeze. That was a nice closing candle right there.
To build a Firmus valued at $5.5 billion.
659.04. We're coming for 660. 662.5. We'll be popping in here tomorrow. And there's your high. This is, I believe that's the close tomorrow, 4 p.m. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. Just be aware of just keep it on your plate or whatever that the squeezing. Is it sustainable or not? Strait of Hormuz probably has the most to do with it. And maybe even just information from the White House, some kind of a roadmap. I'll leave this open here for the moment while we talk about this. But just be aware tomorrow that you're probably going to get, the bump on progress being made. You're probably going to get a bump on whoever they're talking about. It's more the background stuff, like who is this group? Are you supporting with troops? How long is it going to take? We're going to be there a month, 2 months, 3 months, that kind of information. And then we'll revisit again middle of April, unless the speech is a disaster like that late night speech we watched. Just hope that doesn't happen tomorrow. And I'll see you guys tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. I look forward to it. Just note that I'll post something in the Discord about where we are with the squeeze and all that stuff for subscriber level, so you have understanding of this stuff and what the setup is for the squeeze.